How's it going, guys? How's everybody doing tonight? Low support stream? I hope not, bro.
Give me monies!
Review Tech USA still hasn't responded. Is he like hiding out from social media now? Yeah, I saw his documentaries up to like, what, 700,000 views or something like that? So, I would imagine he's not going to be very thrilled. Oh, the fucking bots are all over Twitter today talking about how shitty an 84 review score is for a game, basically. And they're comparing Black Myth Wukong to fucking Starfield. And it's like, yeah, this is the studio's first game, and you're comparing it to Starfield from a studio that literally used to put out games that released in the high 80s, mid 90s. So, it's like insanity, bruh. They're trying to put fucking Starfield and a fucking Chinese monkey game on the same fucking level. Same with Hell Slop, too, and fucking Red Flop. But, you know. Yeah, I'm probably gonna get it. I mean, from what I heard, is it doesn't play like a Souls-like, so... In fact, I heard some people complain that it's almost like too easy at times, which sounds great to me. Too easy sounds perfect. That's just how I like my games. So, I don't know how true that is, but I might give it a shot. Why not? Yeah, I saw that that one review said that there's not enough diversity in the game. It's like... What do you mean? There's Chinese people and then there's monkeys, bro. Like, what do you mean diversity? I don't really get it. How much more fucking diversity do you want? You play as a massive fucking ape with a fucking wooden stick. Like, diversity, bro? Let's see, Claw's Mystery. With the 50, the Screen Rant review of Wukong is 3 out of 5 because no diversity. They want women and black NPCs in a Chinese mythology story. Well, they do have, well, women in the game, but not black women. Maybe that's what it is.
That's right! That's right!
And Juan with the 1.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
May 1st burst with the 5. Phil got $95 in tips today. Oh wait, got a $95 tip today and said should have been an even 100. I'm gonna pull so many Hogans with that after the stream. He's finally getting it. Jesus Christ. After how many years has Phil finally learned to lean into the fucking self-deprecation? Holy shit. Is he actually going to become self-aware? Bro, the next thing he needs to do on his redemption arc is just learn to take financial advice. And if he can do that, you know, DSP might actually have a recovery. Oski Woski with the 5. I'll consider buying this game, but I want to see you play it first. If it reminds me of Ninja Gaiden, a boy can dream, right? Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely play it on stream, so I can play it and buy it, so y'all don't have to, and you can see. So I'll take one for the team, because we're...
This is what we've trained for, people. Omega Incursion.
Where?
everywhere.
Pull them to their grave! It's about time. Let's finish this.
Communist shit you're referring to. Let's see. Juan with the 2. What's this?
You responded.
DSP will make a co-op stream with some ordinary game. Alright, we can take a look at that later. And Raging Wolf with the 2. Are you doing my video recommendation for last? We did it last night. After I finished LA Noire, we watched it. I mean, I can summarize it real quick. Basically, the main thing I took away from it is they were arguing the wrong point. It's not about just selling games on multiple platforms to make money off the sale of the games. It's about selling your exclusive games and your platform to make money downstream on the console ecosystem. Is basically what the argument comes down to justify exclusivity. It's not about like, oh, well, if you put your games on everything, then you'll make more money. It's like you actually lose more money long term because the exclusives bring people to your hardware, and the hardware is what makes you money long term by selling software and services on it. It's like an Amazon Prime subscription. You know, if Amazon Prime was fucking, you know, $20, then sure. Or let's say they let everybody use Amazon Prime. It's like, okay, well, yeah, they would get more sales of, like, you know, things on Amazon, but they would miss out on all that money from the subscription. So it's like that. I want the monkey cheeks. Hell yeah, dude. The hair adds friction. Duh. Only a noob doesn't know that. When we all play, we all win. Yeah. Get that fucking shit out of here. Exactly, bro. That's a loser mentality. In Claw's Mystery of the 50, a psychopath boss that is a veteran suffering a lethal, violent PTSD attack and calls Frank a communist in the OG game and tries to kill him. Wouldn't that be like pro-communist propaganda? Because the crazy fucking retard is like hating on communism? So if a psychopath veteran suffering violent PTSD attacks is screaming about how much he hates communism and you have to kill that guy, wouldn't that make, like, the communist the good guy, theoretically? So I don't know if that's pro-communism to remove that. You're portraying the anti-communist in a bad light by making him a fucking psychopath that you have to kill. He calls you the Viet Cong. The soundtrack I'm playing, it's Final Fantasy VII. It's the Final Fantasy VII soundtrack. How retarded is price control? Absolutely retarded, because it doesn't account for the biggest driver of inflation, aka government spending and printing. As long as the government keeps printing money, money becomes less and less valuable. It doesn't matter. Price fixing is literally just idiotic, because if you look at the profit margins of grocery stores, for example, grocery stores have an all-time low profit margin compared to like previous like decades. So grocery stores are barely not breaking even at this point. And if you're gonna fix prices, you're just gonna have a bunch of stores shut down, and then people aren't gonna be able to get groceries at all. So yeah, it's the classic fucking socialist retardation shit. Yeah, the only problem that causes inflation is government spending and printing of money. If the government stopped printing money, then inflation would cease to exist. But the government will always print more money because, you know, nobody wants to be the person to come in and cut all the wasteful spending, because that person won't survive. Biden gave $200 billion to Ukraine. Yeah, it's a fucking slap in the face. I mean, just think about it this way. There's 200,000 people, just about, that are like of adult age, I think, in the United States. Give or take, let's just say. It doesn't really matter. The point is that's basically $1,000 from each person in the fucking US. Like, basically, they took $1,000 from everybody in the fucking US and then put it in the pocket of fucking Zelensky. Just think about that. Like, that's the real effect of what happened by that decision. They basically took $1,000 out of your fucking pocket and then gave it to Ukraine. So when you look at things like that, it just makes you hate the fucking taxes even more. You know, the average person makes like $30 an hour. That means you wasted like, what, 33 hours of your life for Zelensky. You just did 33 hours of community service for, you know, Emperor Zelensky. Aren't you happy? But yeah, it's pretty wild. Hold on, let's see. How many people pay taxes in the U.S.? Might be more. So 168 million, so less than 200 million. So what's that? Let's see. How much has God Emperor Zelensky taken from everybody who actually pays taxes? So 168. So $1,200 per person. No. We don't have 200 million kids. We have 168 million taxpayers. So people who file tax returns. we have 168 million. Not everybody pays taxes, so. Because if you don't have an income, you don't pay taxes. Like, you know, stay-at-home moms and things like that. Or kids. Like, yeah. College students. Things of that nature. Loser bums that live with their parents and, you know, smoke weed all day playing video games and shit. But yeah, I think the only people who should be allowed to vote are people who pay taxes, personally. But apparently that's a controversial take, which I'll never understand, personally. That's, like, crazy to me. Like, duh. The people who pay taxes should obviously be the only people who get to vote. Well, dude, Camel Toe did do a real interview. She interviewed fucking Tim Walz, and he interviewed her. And they talked about how, you know, he only likes white people tacos, and the only spice that he likes is black pepper because he's so fucking white and relatable, dude, because white people don't season their food. Ha 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 ha! Vote for me, black people. Like, it's so fucking pitiful, bro. It's so pitiful. Like, the astroturfing is insane. It is absolutely fucking insane. Yeah, the only thing we're witnessing right now is a fucking demoralization campaign. Do not buy into it for a fucking second. The Stephen Colbert School of Comedy, yeah. It's corny as fuck, man.
I can't afford this shit! I can't afford
Yeah, her economic policy is a disaster.
this shit!
Like, let's give everybody $25,000 to buy a house. Well, congratulations, dumb bitch. You just raised the price of every home in America by $25,000. It's like, do these people not fucking realize how stupid they are? Do they really not understand how fucking stupid they are? So they're gonna raise taxes, increase the amount of money that's printed, making it so people already have less money, essentially, to buy a house. Then they're gonna give everybody a fucking check for 25 grand to buy a house, which means every single home price in the United States is not only gonna go up because of the increased inflation, but also because they know that everybody has an extra 25 grand to spend on a home. It's like, what the like, it is absolutely fucking mind-blowing how fucking stupid leftists are, man. They are so fucking dumb when it comes to anything related to money. That's like if I was selling a fucking car, for example, and I knew for a fact that the government was giving everyone 5 grand to go out and buy a car. Well, the value of my car was $10,000, but now that I know everybody has an extra $5,000 to spend, I'm gonna charge $15,000, and everybody else is gonna do the exact same fucking thing. The same thing will happen with houses. So it's just idiotic. It's only gonna amplify the problem that it claims to solve. It's going to make home prices even further more inaffordable. And then she's saying, I'm going to build 3 million homes. It's like, with what fucking money? You're going to tax everybody to death to build more government housing? You're going to go build your commie compounds where everybody gets their little fucking cube? It's just, what fucking fantasy world are they living in? I don't get it. The problem isn't we don't have enough homes. It's the fact that nobody can afford them. There's plenty of housing. The problem is she keeps importing all these fucking, illegals over the border that are, competing with actual Americans for housing because the illegals get like a $5,000 a month housing allowance. So yeah, of course nobody can find an apartment or a house because you have illegal immigrants that are being paid for by the government to live in like rental properties, hotels, houses, apartments, you name it, free of charge. So yeah, no one can fucking afford a house or an apartment because the government's housing all these fucking illegals. 20 million in the past 4 years, not to mention the ones that were already here before that. So you want to look at why people can't get good paying jobs, can't afford housing, prices on everything are going up, is because we have this massive pressure of demand from these government-funded illegal immigrants that they're hoping are going to produce anchor babies and, breed the next generation of Democrat voters. That's the fucking plan. It's just absolutely insane. They are throwing real Americans under the fucking bus. It's the exact same shit that's happening in Europe and Canada. They treat their own people like shit, and they treat these, rapists and, literal fucking third world scum like fucking royalty. Do you think they definitely, well, dude, fucking Tim Harry Walls just came out and said that there's no place for hate speech when it comes to our democracy. AKA, if I don't agree with what you're saying, you should be fucking thrown in prison. No, they're already calling for that shit. It's already, in full fucking swing. They've been demanding this shit forever. So, that's the end goal, man. Thought crime. That's why they made sure to have social media in their pocket so that they can find everything you've ever posted and then put you in fucking jail for it. So, no, they hate the First Amendment. They want to get rid of it in the name of, protecting, protected classes or, fighting against hate speech and racism or sexism and all that bullshit. So that is the end goal. It's not about protecting anyone. It's about, inflicting harm on, their opposition. They don't care about the useful idiots. They're just there for the convenience. And as soon as they're done with them, they'll cast them to the side just like everybody else. But, yeah. It's all about accumulating power. And that's it. That is it, man. Let's see. So Logic Bender with the 2 video, the story of Schmorky. What is that? Actually, let me start an incognito tab. It's easier. We'll see how we're doing on time. I don't know. I don't really know anything about internet animators, bruh. But we'll see.
You responded, all right?
Alright, go away, DSP. Hold on, I'm just trying to open up these tabs on here so I don't have to do it later. Let's see. Oski Woski with the 2. Would you be interested in Darksiders 1 or 2? Yeah, we could do that. It's definitely possible. I think I have them. And Claus Mystery with the 20. Either way, it's Crapcom. Being Crapcom, no surprise. I don't know. I don't really think Capcom does that much stuff wrong, personally. But hey. To each their own. Like, what is something that Capcom's done wrong? I don't really think of Capcom as being a problematic game company, personally. Groovy with the 5, dog. I'm actually nervous. Trump and Kamala are talking about prices control, man. What the hell is this? Anyways, I finished my class for the summer. How you doing? Pretty good, man. Well, Trump's not so much talking about price control. He's more so talking about cutting the things that increase price. Like energy costs, for example, is the #1 driver of inflation aside from the printing of money. Because, you know, just think about it this way. If you have to refrigerate something and your cost of refrigeration goes from $10 to $20, now all of a sudden you have to make up that extra $10 on the stuff that you sell. So that's driving up the prices of food dramatically. Same with transportation and everything, processing, or even shit as stupid as like plastic containers to put things in, because plastic containers are made from oil. So energy is like the easiest fix for all of this shit. It would make the most immediate impact in prices, is just to do that, and then also to cut the regulations and shit like that surrounding it. But long term, the key is to cut spending, which is easier said than done, because even if Trump wants to do that, you know, Congress has to agree to it, which good luck. I mean, he could always refuse to sign it, but they can override his veto. Blast Radius with the 20. Our elections in the U.S. have been the least issues-based since Obama, because now it's the first black this, the first woman that, and vote for me because I'm gay. America is becoming a Weimar-style banana republic. I don't think so, really. I think the issue of the economy is probably the biggest thing this time around. This is the thing, bro, is like you don't see that organic interest like people had for Obama with Camel Toe. She's having to pay everybody to talk to her or be featured on their show or TikTok account or all that type of bullshit. Like today she had a rally in like North Carolina or something, and barely, I think 30 people showed up. So it's like the whole enthusiasm behind her is completely manufactured by the media. So I wouldn't really look into that too much in this particular instance. What you're basically fighting against is, you know, propaganda. Basically, this election is Trump versus the media industrial complex, essentially. Like, you have all of Hollywood, the media companies, and, you know, the Democrat Party against Trump. And even some of the Republican Party, too. Claws Mystery with the 50. I think I just got a weight off my shoulders because I removed watch insert MCU movie name from my watch list before I even started. Why was it even on your watch list, bro? Why would you even have it on there? That sounds like your first mistake. Yeah, JD Vance seems like a really good pick. I mean, I kind of liked him at the originally. I remember people were not too sure on him at first, but he seems pretty bright, honestly. Like, they keep posting all these pictures of him from high school thinking it's like some fucking dunk. And it's like, bro, it's literally just showing he's a normal fucking guy. I don't know. Like, the picture of him in the fucking men's bathroom with all the girls standing at the urinal. And, like, they're going, oh, my God, look how weird he is. It's like, no, look how weird you are. Because back in those days, the idea of women standing at a urinal was, like, peak comedy. Like, that was so fucking just unbelievable that you would never actually expect it to happen. So it was, like, considered hilarious back then. You motherfuckers are the weirdos. Because it's like, nowadays, you think it's normal for women to piss in a urinal. So, it's just very funny. Like, a lot of the stuff they're trying to frame him as, like, weird over is backfiring pretty bad. Yep, the couch stuff was completely made up. I saw that a couple fact-checking sites fact-checked the thing about Tim Walz chugging horse semen, which was pretty fucking funny. So, you know, fight fire with fire. But yeah, the couch thing was completely made up. Shocking. The Democrats lie. Who would have guessed? I don't know if Vivek wanted to be vice president, but yeah, I would have picked him personally. That's the other thing, too, is some people don't want to be vice president. JD does drag shows? Well, Dark City, that should be right up your alley, bro. Isn't your party the party of men believing they're women? So you should embrace him with open arms. He should earn your vote. Let's see. Tim Marco with a 7. I downloaded Skyrim on PS5. That game is peak fantasy RPG, even though it has subpar gameplay overall. It's extremely immersive. Yep, and I like chalk that up mainly to the music. The music of Skyrim is just so engrossing. You can listen to it for like literal days on end and not get sick of it. And Mr. LHD6 of the 2, no point in trying to argue about Pajit Hillary. Yeah, she's fucking dumb, bruh. She's dumb as fuck. She's so astroturfed, it's not even funny. So, there's just a large population of the United States that, you know, has the mentality of vote blue no matter who. So, you'll never get through to those type of brain-rotted individuals. So, it is what it is. The thing I saw recently is, like, apparently Trump's way up with Hispanics this time around and also with independents, so it's looking pretty good. Because Trump always outperforms polling, too. So if the polls are this good for him at this point, it's probably going to be a pretty big dub come November, so keep it up, everybody. Make sure you get out and fucking vote. And bring other people to fucking vote, too. So materialize the W. That's all that matters. You actually got to show up and fucking vote. Oscu the 2, the question is, which version is good? Of what? Darksiders? The War Mastered edition of 1 is definitely better than the original. The 360 versions are fine, but the remastered versions are much better because they have like 60 FPS and everything like that. So,
I can't afford this shit.
Claus Mister at the 20.
I can't afford this shit.
I meant bucket list. I don't know what, like, you had watching Marvel movies on your bucket list? I don't get that. That makes even less sense, bro. I saw there with the 5. The dismantling of the flagship continues. Oh. What flagship? Oh. The cheating situation on Halo MCC is beyond a joke. It's just sad now. 343 needs to do something. Tried to play a game after 4 months, and this bullshit happened. I'm not even streaming or a pro. I just wanted to have fun on Halo 3. Yeah. I'm surprised he could even find a match. That's nice. Yeah, they've just completely let that game fucking rot, man. It's really sad. Like, Microsoft literally has taken a hot, steamy shit on the corpse of Halo. And also, I saw there with the 5. The BBC always wins. Let's see. Kitase says his favorite character interactions are between Aerith and Barrett. Barrett is always a serious guy who tries to rein it in since he has a huge burden, as well as his past, which is why he is a focused character. Aerith indirectly gets him to loosen up and relax. Yep. That's why Aerith is number 1, bro. But yeah, originally the cast of Final Fantasy VII was only going to be Cloud, Barrett, and Aerith. Like, that was it. But because Aerith died, you know, basically they decided, oh, we need to add another female character in, so they added Tifa. But originally Tifa was not in the game at all. But they decided, oh, well, since Aerith is going to die, we need to have a second female character to, you know, continue on with the story. Because Barrett wouldn't have exactly been a great emotional shoulder to lay on for Cloud, so later in life. Isn't there a thing where if you're autistic or have some disability, they won't let you in the middle? Yeah. You're not fit to, like, serve. But apparently if you're fucking trans, that's A-okay. Which is fucking wild. Nope, Cloud never gets with Tifa. Yeah, I watched part of that interview they did today where they were, like, explaining different aspects of the game. And they said that part 3, from what they've already done, is going to be even better than part 1 and 2, so bro, I'm excited. I don't know. I have like total faith in Remake Part 3. I think it's going to be even better than Rebirth if possible, but we'll see. We shall see. Check your first super chat for Tifa? Did you send another one? Oh yeah, my bad. I didn't see it. I think I was reading from the feed at that point. Let's see. Tifa content confirmed for part 3 so far. More Tifa in part 3. We'll explore more aspects of her character. Yeah, well, that's kind of a given because of the live stream stuff. New synergy attacks with Vincent and Sid. That makes sense. A new gameplay element to her combat. Hopefully it's her fun bags, bro. May suplex a kaiju. Understands the big fan expectations for her role in this point of the story. Remarks, she really is the most popular character. Yeah, the Pornhub fucking view counts don't lie. So, just like Diva, Mercy, and Widowmaker for Overwatch. But yeah. Part 3 will definitely focus more on Tifa, because that's like her part of the story mainly. Like the first part of Final Fantasy VII is definitely more Aerith, and then Tifa's like the second half, which is why they added her, because they thought like, oh yeah, well, the second half of the story kind of needs somebody else. Aerith Bros BTFO? I don't think so, man. I think Aerith will be at the end in a very surprising way. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. I really hope they change like the chain of events that happens at the end. Like, I don't want it to just be a rehash of, you know, 7's ending. It'd be really cool if they like overrode Advent Children as well and everything. Like, just go for the fucking, you know, kill shot and wrap this thing up in 100% certainty. Be cool. Nope, because Zack will be in Rebirth, or in, well, I guess not Rebirth Part 3, but Remake Part 3. But yeah, Zack's going to be in the game, so I don't think she's going to have his role. I think Aerith will make, like, like, kind of just, like, you know, she'll appear every once in a while, and then work her way gradually into the story as it concludes, and then that's when she'll make, like, her return, is my guess, but we'll see. Because most likely the third game's going to be called Final Fantasy VII Return, is like what everybody thinks it's going to be called. So who's going to return? I mean, obviously the answer is, you know, the GOAT of the game. But I don't think it's going to be Sephiroth, because Sephiroth has already returned. Yeah, you missed out on a good sale on Rebirth. It was $30 at GameFly the other day, which was a steal. I even bought a physical copy because I don't have a physical copy that's a non-deluxe edition, so I bought another one. It'll be kind of cool, though, once Rebirth does come to PC, because I guarantee you people will mod the game and like swap out Cloud with Zack. That'll be kind of neat. Because, like, you know, Zack has his own set of like moves and everything like that, and abilities, and he's fully playable. So theoretically, you could swap him out for Cloud in like the main game, which would be kind of neat. I mean, the voice line issue might be a thing, but that'd be really fucking sweet to be able to play the full game as Zack with like his moveset and everything, because he's pretty cool. Like, the meteor ability is OP as shit. Yeah, you could add Sephiroth too, because he's fully playable as well. So that'd be pretty sick. No, I'm not gonna do it myself, but, you know, for the people who want to enjoy that, they can. No, no nude mods, bro. Absolutely not. No nude mods. I disapprove. Nude mods should be banned, especially from Rebirth. See, blast radius with the 10. It's just funny when I see Democrats have the balls to call someone else weird when they're out here supporting homosexuals and the LGBT lifestyle to kids. Yeah, exactly. Chopping a kid's cock off isn't weird, but, you know, wanting child tax credits is. Like, you really can't make that shit up, man. You know, child mutilation is A-okay, but family values and that type of shit's horrible. Claws Mystery with the 20. Keyword was Griffin. It was in my bucket list. Well, I'm glad you got over your retardation, Claws. Congratulations. New Generation with the 2. Jesse will return. I mean, maybe she'll return to where she belongs, you know, the fucking street. They never did show what happened to her corpse. And won the cash with the 5. How do you say your name? Won the cash Niz? I don't know. But Griffin as a New Zealander. I don't understand, so can you explain to me? If popular vote doesn't elect the president, then what is the use of it? There isn't a use of it. The popular vote only matters state to state. So the person who wins the popular vote in the state of Florida gets Florida's electors. And then those electors go towards the total count. So it's basically you win the popular vote in each state. Because the way it's set up is so that 1 or 2 states that have a massive population can't rule the country by default. Every individual state, because the way the U.S. is structured, is every state is a self-governing mini-country, essentially. So the term state in the United States of America should be interpreted as the United Countries or Nations of America. So each state gets to pick who they want to be for president. And that's how it's like determined based on population. So California, for example, because it has the largest population, has the largest number of electors. And something like Rhode Island, which has the smallest population, has, you know, the smallest number of electors. And depending on who wins the popular vote in each state, those electors are given to like the total count. And what's the number? 270, right? I think so. It's like basically whoever gets 270 electors wins. But yeah, the Electoral College is pretty smart. It's a good system. It makes it so that population centers like California, New York, or even Texas don't get to make all the decisions for the entire country. Everyone has a say because each individual state is a self-governing body, essentially. Griffin, let's be honest about what? Dude, fucking pure democracy is a terrible idea. Most people are not qualified to vote. Most people are not qualified to vote, in my opinion. Like, bro, unless... I don't know. Like, I feel like you should have to pass some sort of, like, cognitive ability test in order to vote, personally. There's way too many stupid people. I mean, even just cutting it off at who pays income tax, I think would be a suitable criteria. If you don't pay income tax, then you don't deserve to vote. Because why should you get a say in how other people's money is being spent? Is the way I look at it. If you're not contributing to the government's budget, why should you have a say in how the government is being run, personally? But that's controversial, dude. I mean, fuck, man. You're called a racist if you say that people should have to show an ID to vote. Because apparently leftists believe that black people are too fucking stupid to get an ID, is the excuse. You know, people of color, as they call them, don't know how or don't have access to identification. It's like, oh my god, bruh. You can literally go get a $3 ID at any fucking government office. It is pathetically easy. You don't even need a driver's license. You can just go get a state-issued ID for like $3. And most places will do it for free. Yeah, black kids in the Bronx don't even know what computers are. They don't know what the word computer means. That shit was so fucking funny, man. And then that one guy made the video of him like acting like a caveman discovering fire for the first time. Bro, that shit was fucking hilarious. I saw her with the 5. Let's see. What is this? Oh, since you want to bring in a third-party game that has nothing to do with PlayStation, then I present to you a game that you pretend it didn't exist when it released and didn't count. I love how selective the bots are. Yeah, aka the best game this generation. Black Myth Wukong opens with an 84 Metacritic. Remember, y'all called Starfield trash at an 85. Wah wah. Like I said, the same people defending fucking Redfall and, you know, Hellblade 2 and Starfield are the same people saying that Black Myth Wukong is dog shit. But yeah, it's just like fucking insane cope. Insane, like putting Black Myth Wukong and fucking Starfield on the same level is laughable already. You know, Starfield, the game, what, 30 years in the making? You know, the greatest RPG ever crafted, Bethesda's most ambitious game to date, you know, Todd Howard's magnum opus, compared to a fucking no-name Chinese studio that's never put out a mainstream game before. Their first attempt is comparable to the quality standard of Starfield. That doesn't really say much about Starfield. In fact, that makes Starfield look even fucking worse. But yeah. The GOAT game of the year, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, is undefeated. It's probably going to win Game of the Year at this point. The only thing that has a chance to potentially challenge it is that fucking Pedo Sona game, which I can't remember the name of. That's not Pedo Sona. It's like Persona, but not Persona. But I don't know if that game's mainstream enough to win, personally. Metaphor? Maybe that's it. I don't remember what it's called, to be honest, man. But yeah, I think Rebirth is going to sweep, bro. It's going to win probably best narrative, best game, best soundtrack. I think it should win best, you know, like voice acting and everything like that, too. But unless it's direct fucking facial capture, the Game Awards doesn't give any game best acting, which is so fucking stupid. Stellar Blade, I don't really think has a chance. I mean, maybe it'll win like best action game or something like that, but the journos don't like it. Rebirth ain't woke enough? That's not what I've heard, man. I got people in here every night telling me how woke Rebirth is because there's black NPCs. Like, yeah, Barrett wasn't a thing in the past. I don't know. Hell Slop too? Nah, it didn't rate high enough. Nah, it's not just Claus who says that it's woke. There's plenty of other people who say it too. Suicide Slop? Hell yeah, man. Best live service game. Easy dub. Nah, that'll probably go to Destiny. Because Destiny 2 is like the highest rated DLC of this year. I believe. In terms of like live service type shit. Elden Ring will probably get best DLC. Destiny 2 will probably win best ongoing. I'm trying to think what else. Concord, biggest flop, definitely. Although I think Hellblade 2 might be a bigger flop because Microsoft paid over $100 million for that studio. And then they spent over $100 million on development and it sold 20,000 copies. So I don't know, man. That might be a tough competition. iSiler with D5. Let's take a look. Receipts are dangerous. Earlier this year, Xbox podcaster Paris Lilly said if core major AAA exclusives like Forza, Halo, or Gears ever show up on PlayStation, then he would understand the outrage and Xbox fans should get their pitchforks. Oh no, man. An Xbot shifting the goalposts? Say it ain't so.
So if they're looking at it at this late stage of that game's life to say, you know what? Maybe we should expand it and put it on more platforms. Maybe we do bring it to the Switch. Maybe we do bring it to PlayStation, right? It's not the craziest thing in the world to say that a Microsoft game is on a PlayStation platform because Minecraft lives there and the various iterations of Minecraft already live there, same as Nintendo. So here's a multiplayer game where you want to get as many people as you possibly can playing that game. You bring it to that platform. Again, it's not like it's coming day and date. This is the first time it's ever come out. They're not taking anything away from the current Xbox community in that aspect. If anything, they're giving you more people to interact with within the Sea of Thieves community. So again, I do not see this as a bad thing. Now, let's look at the big picture of all of this. Is Xbox going third party? No, they're not going third party. Now,
yeah, that aged well. That aged like fucking milk in the hot summer sun.
If there comes a day where Phil Spencer or Sarah Bond or Matt Booty come out and go, you know, we've made the decision that we're bringing Gears of War, Halo, Forza, I don't know, Avowed, Starfield. Like, in other words, if all of their core major AAA exclusive IPs all of a sudden start showing up on Nintendo and PlayStation platforms, go ahead, get your pitchforks out. I understand the outrage because at that point, why is Xbox even making hardware? Just be a third-party company. But that's not what they're doing. They're taking, and again, they've said this in the past, case-by-case basis with certain titles, things that make sense to show up on another platform. They're putting them on another platform because they're just exposing them to more people. A Fallout 76, an Elder Scrolls Online, now potentially a Sea of Thieves. Things like that make sense to, you want to put it in many places as you possibly can. I highly doubt you're going to see the Elder Scrolls 6 on a PlayStation. I highly doubt you're going to see the sequel to Starfield on a PlayStation, Gears of War 6, whatever the name.
Keep that same energy. Microsoft.
Poor guy, man. It truly is Jover, man. So sad.
Next Halo is going to be Forza 9, Forza Horizon 6. You're not going to see these things leave the Xbox ecosystem because you're simply not. That's not what their business model is. What their business model is now with Activision.
Yeah, Phil Spencer said it's just 4 games. There's not any change to our core exclusivity model. You know, he lied to everyone in fucking real time. So I don't understand why any of these fucking dipshits stick around. Like, just leave the... This is like, basically, you have a lifeboat sitting there. The Titanic's going down. And you're like, oh, you know, I'll just wait a little while longer. You might want to get on the next lifeboat because, you know, there's not going to be any space. Oh, no, it's okay. It's okay. I think they know what they're doing. It's like that, basically. These fuckers just refuse to get off the sinking ship, and I don't get why. Like, read the fucking room, bro. They lie about everything, and their actions speak louder than their fucking words. All of their words mean absolutely nothing when everything they're doing points to a completely different direction. Let's see. Tim Marco the 7, don't tell this to environmentalist Griffin, but rice production emits more greenhouse gases than cow farts. Oh no, dude. But see, they need the rice to make the goy slop, so it's a justifiable, you know, outcome. See, carbon emissions and greenhouse gases are perfectly fine as long as it fits the agenda. It's only what doesn't fit the agenda that's a problem. Like, you know, billionaires jetting around the world emitting more CO2 in one flight than the average person's car will over their entire lifetime. That's perfectly fine, but God forbid you have your air conditioning on during the summer. Know your place, pleb. Yeah, it's just fucking pitiful. The environmentalism shit is a 100% massive grift. Clause Mr. the 20, we should add an age limit to voting too. I don't know about that, to be honest. Old people are typically based for the most part, at least in my experience. Because when you get old, you don't really give a fuck. Like, you know? Like, who cares if people think you're weird or judge you or you're not up to date or whatever? It's like, yeah, fuck you. I've been alive longer than your fucking punk ass, so I've been through enough shit and I'm not going to take yours. So, I don't know, bro. A lot of old people are pretty based when it comes to their politics, at least in the U.S. Arson with a 5. What if Aerith's voice actor gets nominated, not streaming the Game Awards this year? Her, Cloud, and Barrett will likely get recommended. I can just look away from my screen. It's not that big a deal. That's not that big a deal, man. I'll just close my eyes for that category. It's not hard. Aerith isn't real. I know that. Obviously, bro. I didn't need that clarified. Trump looks old as fuck. Who cares? I mean, he's 78, bro. Do you want him to look like he's 20 and have a bunch of plastic surgery for you? I don't know. What's wrong with looking your age? I mean, do you want him to be like on that show Botched, where they look like fucking, like, cat people? Because of all the plastic surgery and fucking face filler and all that type of shit? Like, who cares? Yeah, he's old. Of course he's gonna look old. Claus Mystery with the 20. Trump doesn't even look that old. He just looks fat. Well, being fat makes you look younger. So, that I don't think that's the case. Because, you know, the heavier you are, the more filled in your face is, so you don't see the wrinkles as much. So, actually being overweight as an older person makes you look younger. Because your skin is, you know, less droopy because you have fat to like fill it in. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah, pretty much. I'm gonna be fat when I'm 50. Nah, just my wallet, bro. That'll be it. Can I have... Wait, can you have diet soda on keto? I have no idea, bro. I don't even know what the fuck keto is, to be honest. I don't do any of that type of shit. I don't do any of that type of shit. What is this? Keto is no carbs, basically. Well, some carbs are good for you. Carbs aren't necessarily bad. Like, if you're eating a baked potato versus, like, a loaf of bread, then, yeah, there's, like, a difference in the quality of the carbs, but carbs are not inherently bad. Griffin, would you marry a woman that doesn't dress like Aerith for you? Yeah, I wouldn't want her to anyway. I'm not into cosplay, bro. That shit's weird. That shit's odd to me. I saw there with the 5. One of you confess. Lol. What is this? Abby actress Caitlin Dever protected by extra security while filming The Last of Us Season 2. I don't know. I kind of want to see Pedro Pascal get his fucking skull crushed. I don't like that guy at all. I don't think he's that great of an actor. And he's in literally everything now. And he's annoying to look at, so... I'll probably watch the scene of when he gets his fucking skull caved. Yeah, I think I'm on Team Abby in the show. Isn't Abby's actress, like, actually hot in the show? I believe so. Let me check. Or is that, the fucking, schnoz? I don't remember. It's one of the two. I don't remember. The schnoz is either hot or Abby's actor is hot. I don't remember which one it was. Yeah, definitely not her. I think it's the Schnauz's voice act, or not voice actor, actress that was attractive. Abby's looks better in real life than in the show, but in the show she doesn't look good at all. Show us the schnoz. Alright. What's her name? What's the schnoz's name? I can't look up the schnoz Last of Us 2 actress. What's her fucking name? Dina? Okay. Yeah, like I said, she's pretty hot. She's mid? Oh my god. Please, bro. You know.
Please, touch some grass.
Come on, dude. That's mid? Yeah, no. Absolutely not. Hotter than Zendaya? Yeah, definitely. Way better than Zendaya. Aerith VA mid? Could be, bro. I wouldn't know. I seller with the 5. Now look here. So Alien, Romulus, Ellie, Dina, Sam, and Lev go to the Ishimura and have a party with Xenomorphs. Fun twist at the end too. Wait, is the new Aliens movie about fucking children? What the hell? Is it actually about kids getting, like, killed by aliens? That's actually kind of based. What the fuck? A bunch of kids get just destroyed by the aliens. That's funny as fuck, man. They're young adults? Bro, she doesn't look a day older than 14. What the hell? He looks like he's maybe 15. That's a whatever the fuck, so who even knows, bro? It'll be dead by 30. And then she looks like maybe 14 or 15. They definitely deliberately made them look young as fuck with like the makeup and everything. Dude, the Covenant and Prometheus storyline was the only Aliens movies I liked because they added like an actual interesting aspect to it. Like, I really liked the mystery surrounding Prometheus, especially. I thought it was really well done. I wish they would have gotten more into the actual, like, ancient civilization than the boring fucking alien corridor shit. That's what I hate about the Alien movies. It's like, oh no, someone's running down a hallway for the 95th time. Oh no, don't breathe. You may attract the alien. Like, it's so boring. Like, Prometheus was at least interesting because it was like, you know, this cool kind of like science discovery type vibe to it. But then it just devolved into the typical alien slop of, you know, oh no, you're in a fucking ship and there's a big monster trying to kill you, and then woo. But yeah, they're definitely the only watchable Alien movies, in my opinion, that I've seen. Not to mention the chick from the original Alien movie is fucking hideous. Like, people talk about the Star Wars Outlaws woman being ugly, but bro, that one chick from Alien is fucking gross. It looks like a man. Like, that literally looks like a twink, like, LARPing as a woman. Prometheus and Covenant were rebooted slops. They were just there to get quick money. Then why did they have the most in-depth storyline of any of the Aliens movies? Why does Prometheus and Covenant have like an actual fucking storyline to it? And like actual like lore and intrigue and mystery and like world building, and literally every other Alien movie is, oh no, big scary alien is in the ship, we're all gonna die. Yeah, no, if you're gonna talk about a fucking cheap cash grab, then the fucking old Alien movies are literally the definition of that. It's the same gimmick for like 2 hours long, and it's boring as fuck with minimal effort put in. Like, oh yeah, alien bursts out of chest because why not? Oh yeah, these fucking random space aliens exist because why not? You know, let's not try to explain anything or, you know, develop the lore behind the world or give a reason for why things are the way that they are. Nah, you know, big scary alien in tight corridor, go burr. But yeah, the one fucking movie that actually builds on the world, like gives an actual backstory, an origin, a reason for these things existing, and actually gives like a sense of the scope and stakes at play, you know, that's the one that's the cheap cash grab, right? Absolutely fucking not. Well, yeah, the Predator actually has, like, a reason for existing. Like, the Predator makes sense. You know, he's like a skull hunter. He looks for the perfect prey. Like, Predator actually has a fucking purpose. Like, they're an advanced alien race that basically goes on a safari to hunt down, you know, alien species. Like, there's a reason for why they're doing what they're doing. Like, it actually makes sense. The alien shit makes no fucking sense. It's just like, oh yeah, space cosmic horror with zero explanation. But yeah, I don't know. I've never really liked Alien until Prometheus and Covenant, and then I thought, oh yeah, that's really cool. But they still didn't do enough of the world building for me. Because, like, they did that massive time skip between Prometheus and Covenant, and it's like, what the fuck, bro? They should have delved more into what actually happened when they got to the homeworld. It's like, fuck, man, the one part I was interested in, they cut out. It's like, why? Why, dude? Oh my god, that shit pissed me off. I remember when I was watching Covenant, because I was like excited to see what the homeworld and everything was like. I was like, oh yeah, well, no. You're not gonna get that. You're gonna get more fucking corridor chases and fucking spooky, scary alien, dude. Yeah, it was like a brief glimpse, like a 30-second cutaway or some shit like that. See, Carnoraptor with the 2. If that's mid, then I'm a fucking troll. Yeah, exactly, bro. If that chick's mid, then I don't know. We're doomed. Buff Garfield with the 2. Predator makes Alien more interesting. I agree. Alien needs like actual like backstory to it. It's just bland by itself. Yeah, Alien versus Predator was pretty interesting. I thought that was a cool movie. Noski Woski with the 2. Alien versus Predator. Yeah, I like that movie. Alien versus Predator was good. That was actually entertaining. But yeah, it would have been cool to see more information on like the actual like Prometheans and like the whole like creation of humanity and why exactly the aliens came to be. I don't know, like that was my favorite part of those two movies. Was like nothing to do with the actual alien part. It was more so about like the progenitor race was way cooler. I never saw the second Alien versus Predator. I saw the first one. That was it. I don't really watch many of those type of movies. I don't really watch many movies at all. But yeah. My dad likes the old Alien movies, so I watched them growing up, and I never really cared for them. Same with Terminator. I didn't care for those either. They're just kind of meh. Claus Mystery of the 50 always side with the Yatja because the Xenos are just lame space. Oh, you mean the Predators, I'm guessing? I don't know, like, the technical terms, but yeah, I'd never liked the Xenos, bro. Gassed the Xenos. No, I don't like slasher stuff. My favorite type of movie is like, I guess like a thriller, I guess you could call it. Like movies that make you think or like, you know, have a really cool and deep like lore and structure to the world. Like I love that type of movie where you can get like fully immersed in the universe and there's a lot of like different I guess subplots and intertwined storylines and deep and well-written characters with intrigue and things like that. I like that a lot. I like movies that make you think. I don't like movies that are just like, oh, turn off brain and fucking, you know, consume. I'm not a fan of that. I don't really like those type of movies that much. Like every once in a while I'll watch them, but I'm very picky on them. I would say I like most of Christopher Nolan's movies, but there's some I don't like. Like Inception, I thought was fucking stupid. Inception, I hated. The dream inside of a dream inside of a dream. Like, we're gonna connect our fucking dreams, and then we forgot what's reality and what's a dream. Like, dude, that shit was so fucking gay. Like, the whole premise of Inception was so fucking retarded. I don't know. I never liked that movie. It's just convoluted for the sake of being convoluted. I think Tenet's better than Inception, personally. It's not one of my favorite Christopher Nolan movies, but I liked it more than Inception. Yeah, Interstellar's fire, man. I love Interstellar. That's a great movie. The soundtrack, like, one of my favorite things about movies is, like, prime example, Dune 2, where they have, like, the landscape shots and they just let, like, the music play in the background, and it's like environmental storytelling and, like, a visual audio experience without anything being said. I love that type of filmmaking. And Inception, like, is the complete opposite of that. But Interstellar is awesome when it comes to that. And I think that's where Christopher Nolan, like, exceeds, is when you don't need words to explain what's going on, if that makes sense. You can just watch it and take it in yourself. Like, Batman does that a lot with the Dark Knight trilogy. Like, a massive amount of those movies is literally just, like, you know, B-roll footage, basically, with nothing being said and just the music playing in the background. And it just works really well. I love that style of, like, I guess, filmmaking. Where it's like Inception, they're constantly explaining shit and talking. I don't know. It just doesn't work. Not to mention the premise is just dumb. The premise is dumb. Yeah, Dune 2 was great, bro. The first and second movie were really good. So I'm excited for the third one. Those are genuinely enjoyable movies. And they're based as shit, too. Yeah, like a Saudi prince is putting up $200 million personally for every single Dune movie to make sure they're done properly. Because he's like a huge Dune fan. So he basically wanted to, like, adapt the series in a good way. So there's a shit ton of Saudi money funding it. And he has oversight of it to make sure it's not like fucking woke slop. So... why the fuck the goblin face of Zendaya keeps showing up in every movie now? Because she brings in women. Like, girls like her. I don't think many men give a fuck about her, but girls like watching her in movies, so it brings in the female audience, which is fine. I don't know. It's not like she's a bad actress or anything like that. So, I don't really care. I'm kind of neutral on her. Nah, if you want pretentious dog shit, look at James Cameron. Yeah, Avatar, bro. That shit is fucking horrid. Let's see. So Claw's Mystery with the 20. Nuke it from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Exactly, bro. Double tap that bitch. And Tim Marco with the 279 plus Dune has the Blade Runner 2049 director. Yeah, it's fucking criminal that people let that movie flop. That shit's... Because, like, they were going to make a third one, too, and, you know, it got canceled, basically, because, you know, 2049 flopped in theaters, which is a fucking shame. Because that's, like, a top-tier movie. Like, easily one of the better movies made in modern day. Oh, it's way better than the original. Like, the original, for what it was fine. I mean, like, it's a low-budget 80s movie. Like, okay, that's acceptable. But 2049, bro, was so fucking cool. Like, that's what Cyberpunk should have been. Not the fucking, you know, cringe, degenerate simulator bullshit that they went for. Or a heckin' wholesome Keanu Big Chungus moment.
I can't afford this
Breathtaking. Hashtag not George Floyd. But let's see. I saw her with the 5. I haven't watched this yet, but let's see. Time speed if you want. I can just take a look.
I'm a rust.
Oh yeah, I was gonna watch this type of stuff later with the Wukong stuff. Yeah, we'll get to that. Here, I'll just let this ad play so it'll go away. Keanu Reeves is a good actor? I don't know about that one, bro. He's good for marketing, but he's not a great actor. Especially not in Cyberjunk. Like, every single line, it sounds like he's reading it for the first time. He didn't even bother to, like, practice or do retakes or anything. My guess is they couldn't afford him. I like him as Constantine. That's it. John Wick. I don't like John Wick at all, personally. John Wick sucks. The original Blade Runner actually failed and only made a lot of money years later when it became iconic, so the new Blade Runner failing is par for the course. Yeah, I just wish it would have succeeded, because then we could have gotten an actual sequel from the same director and everything like that. It's getting an Amazon TV adaptation, so RIP. It's already going to be shit. Nah, Constantine is not fire. That has some of the worst audio mixing you'll ever hear in a movie, hands down. Like, bro, Constantine, like, prime example. Watch it if you don't believe me. Go watch Constantine. I think it's on Netflix that I had this problem. And the first scene where it's like the fucking demons possessing the Mexican or whatever it is, I don't fucking remember, at the very beginning. But then when he meets with the angel, you literally cannot hear anything that's going on in that scene. Even with your TV turned all the way up. Like, the entire conversation is completely fucking inaudible. You cannot fucking hear it. So, the audio mixing in that movie is literally unwatchable. So, I don't know, man. And then the worst part is, too, is, like, once you turn your audio all the way up trying to hear, it'll go to the next scene, which is, like, basically ear-shatteringly loud. So, it's horrible. I remember I went to go rewatch it, because I was like, oh, I'll give this movie a second chance. And I was, like, watching it, and I was like, I can't fucking hear shit. And I was like, you know what? Done. John Wick sucks. Yeah, your opinion is dog water. Yeah, I don't like, guy shoots people for hour and a half. Like, that's literally John Wick, bro. It's boring as shit. John Wick is slop entertainment, which is fine if you want to enjoy slop entertainment, but John Wick is garbage tier fucking movies. They're just dumb, like, fucking action movies. There's nothing special about them whatsoever. They quite literally are just, like, mind turn-off type content. You just sit there, turn your brain off for an hour and a half, and, you know, sit there. Yeah, the story's retarded. Like, oh, the high table, and whatever the fuck, like... Dude, it's so fucking gay. I hate it. I really hate John Wick. Like, I fell asleep in the theater when I went to go see the third one with my dad. He wanted to go see it. And I literally fell asleep, like, halfway through. Then I woke up. Then he started fighting, like, the Asian guy at the end. I fell asleep again, and I woke up, and he was still in the middle of the fight. It's like, oh my god, bro. Like, that movie just would not fucking end. It was so boring. Well, the Transporter's way better than John Wick. Because Jason Statham actually has a personality. He's not like, I'm going to kill you. You're not going to stop me. I have like... He actually has, like, a personality and is likable and has, like, a presence on screen. Keanu Reeves literally could not convince anyone of anything. Other than he has no soul. I'm gonna make you pay for what you did. Yeah, you killed my dog.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
That dog is everything to me. It represents the last part of my girlfriend. And now you've taken it from me. You will pay. Like, bro, it's so bad. Keanu Reeves is like the most soulless actor in Hollywood. It's just terrible. He is literally as interesting as paint drying. Yeah, that's the point of Cloud in Rebirth. Cloud is literally the fucking generic, soulless, fucking self-insert character. The problem is a video game allows you to have a self-insert character because you're controlling it. A movie should not have that feel because you're watching it. You are experiencing something differently in a video game than you are in a movie. Having a fucking self-insert kind of soulless character makes sense in a game because you, the player, assign, like, I guess, whatever the fuck it's called, like the personality to the character through your actions, especially in an RPG. In a movie, it's up to the filmmaker to portray that personality. So, yeah, player agency makes up for the lack of, like, writing or character development or things like that. I don't know. Like, it's up to the player to, like, make their own experience. It's up to the filmmaker to make theirs for a movie. I like The Equalizer. I saw 1 and 2. I don't know. Isn't there a third one? But the Equalizer movies were pretty good. There is a third? Yeah, I haven't seen it. I don't really watch many movies anymore, so I don't partake. Oh, yeah, Jason Statham is an actual, like, really good actor. He has a lot of charisma when he's on screen. Like, he has a certain aura to him, you know? Like, he's very, well, wasn't he like a professional, like, athlete or some shit? I remember reading something like he was like an Olympics guy or something. I don't know, but he was like one of those people that did like extreme sports or something. So it's like he has that like aura to him that it's believable that he's like this badass dude that could fucking kick your teeth in. So it's like very believable because he has like that background as being an athlete. So it's like, okay, yeah, he's got like the physique and you can tell like could probably actually kick your fucking ass.
I can't afford this
Like,
shit.
he's convincing. He was a professional diver? Yeah, that would make sense. Bro, you gotta be in, like, top fucking shape for that type of stuff. Professional diving is, like, very intensive. So that would make sense. He married the blonde chick from Transform. That's a dub, bro. She was way hotter than Megan Fox. That's for sure. The blonde chick from Transformers 3 was a massive upgrade over Megan Fox, hands down. Yeah, I finished LA Noire last night. Yeah, I'm probably going to get the Wukong game at some point. But We'll see. We're going to watch some reviews tonight because I just want to kind of, I guess, cement the decision whether or not to. But most likely, yes, because I can always cover it on the channel. Why him? Because the fucking Redditors love heckin' wholesome Keanu Big Chungus. So, you know. The Redditors like him. Yeah, that's the thing is, like, if it's bad, I can make a video shitting on it, and also, they haven't released any reviews for the PS5 version, so I'll probably get that one as well. So there's also that angle that I can go at it from, too, versus just doing, like, a standard review, if that makes sense. Let's see. So, ironic with the 2, you'd like No Country for Old Men. Well, fuck, man. Where am I supposed to go? Because I'm an old man. Oski Woski with the 2, The Equalizer is better. Yeah, absolutely.
That's right! That's right!
Like, Denzel Washington's another guy that has, like, that aura about him. He's very believable. It's like, yeah, this guy could probably fuck you up. Like, he's got that, I don't know. He's, like, smooth, if that makes sense. Like, you can just tell he's a motherfucker that could get shit done, if that makes... I don't know. It's kind of hard to put into words, but he just has that kind of, like, vibe to him of, like, yeah, you wouldn't want to fuck with this dude. So, Denzel Washington is apparently a really good guy in real life, too, so. Like, my dad was telling me, I think one time, like, at, I think Walter Reed, like, the military hospital, where, like, all the, like, severely injured, like, veterans and stuff go, they have, like, these houses or something where they have the families stay when, you know, service members are going through, like, intensive recovery or surgeries or things like that when they, like, lose a limb. And he was visiting, like, the veterans there. And he asked, like, how much does it cost to build, like, these houses to, like, house the families and stuff. And when they told him, he, like, wrote a check to build 5 of them. So he seems to be, like, a really good guy. And, like, you know, he didn't publicize it at all or anything. It was just, like, a spur of the moment kind of, like, nice thing to do. So that's kind of, like, I've heard, like, a lot of things like that where, you know, he just seems to be a pretty down-to-earth, nice guy who isn't, like, constantly putting his fucking foot in his mouth or acting like an idiot. So Denzel Washington used to play basketball in college, I think, so he's also a pro athlete. It makes sense. Yeah, I like Christian Bale. I think he's a good actor. So let's see. Trent Lamar with the 24 months. Pirates of the Caribbean reboot is going to flop. Yeah. Well, I mean, the last Pirates of the Caribbean movie, I think, flopped, right? So it wouldn't be surprising. They've gotten progressively worse. Like, the fourth one was meh, and the last one was terrible. It's like, bro, they killed off Barbossa for that. Like, I don't, dude, it felt so Disney. Like, Pirates of the Caribbean 1, 2, and 3 never felt like Disney movies. And 4 started to feel more like a Disney movie, and then 5 was like a full-blown fucking Disney slop movie. It's like, yeah, this is like literally made for 7-year-olds. But yeah, Pirates of the Caribbean 1, 2, and 3 are the best thing Disney's ever done, in my opinion. Like, Pirates of the Caribbean 1, 2, and 3 is some of the best movies, period, I feel like. They're just really fucking good. Like, they have that perfect amount of humor and action and serious plot lines. Like, I love how all the different characters have their own, motivations and driving, like, interest, and the way they interweave the plot. Like, I don't know, it's just really well done. They did a really good job with those movies, and 4 and 5 were just such a massive step down. National Treasure, yeah, National Treasure is pretty good too. Yeah, Barbossa was awesome, man. I love his character. I remember when they brought him back, man, it was like such a hype thing back in the day. Because, like, it was a surprise. Nobody knew he was going to come back. And then at the end of 2, it was like, oh, shit. Like, it was a really hype moment. I remember that. But, yeah. That shit was cool. Aerith is Griffin's national treasure. That's right. She has a prominent place on my desk. I have my black label Aerith sitting in its case, just staring at me at all times. So... See, I saw there with the... oh, God. 1 hour 30... Okay, I thought it was going to be Last of Us. Of God of War Ragnarok of Valhalla, it has a difficulty option. Let me see. Do I still... I think... let me check if I still have that, actually. Okay, I do. I forgot if I had traded it in or not. I think I was going to, and I forgot. Because I have a stack of stuff to go to GameStop. Yeah, I just don't really like the gameplay of Ragnarok at all. I hate, like, not being able to see what's going on to the left side of the screen. Like, it's very irritating. Do you think Keanu seems like a good guy? I don't know him personally, but I guess I haven't seen anything to, I guess, prove contrary. Isn't he like into Scientology or some shit though? Or is that somebody else? I don't remember. I don't really keep up to date with actors that much. Alright, let me see. I think it's downloading. Oh, fuck. Do you have to download the Valhalla DLC? Or does it just automatically install? Oh, yeah, you do. Download. 8 gigs. All right. Alright, it's downloading. I don't know how long it'll take, but it's going. Yeah, Goy of War. Yeah, Last of Us 2 was way too long. If it was like half the length, it would have been a lot more manageable. But it really overstayed its welcome, which is its biggest problem. Even with the shitty like story and everything. If it was shorter, it would have been a much less painful experience.
Hey, and we're back with another episode of Before You Buy, that show where we give you some straight-up gameplay and our first impressions of the latest games releasing. As usual, it's me, Jake Baldino, and today we're talking about Black Myth Wukong. This is a big action combat adventure from Game Science. This is a mobile developer jumping into their first big console PC game. Now, this game has been slowly hyped up for years, from its graphics to its character and story, and we've been cautiously keeping an eye on it. Now, keep in mind with this video, this is my first impressions after the first, 13, 14 hours or so, but I'm actually liking this one more than I expected. It's flawed for sure, but I think if you had your eye on this and you were hopeful, yeah, it's pretty cool. It's ambitious, and even where it stumbles, I think this is a great debut for this studio. And just so you know, I've been playing a review copy on PC, that's where all this footage is, and all of this gameplay footage you see here is spoiler-free. So, if you haven't already heard this, it's important to know—
That's a lie, bro. I never saw this before, so you just spoiled it for me. There's always those type of people. Oski Woski with a 10. Really appreciate it, bro. Big ups. Appreciate the positive vibes. And Buff Garfield with a 2. Tony ate a lot of Frosted Flake. Yeah, for sure, man. Jesus.
Note that Black Myth Wukong is inspired by the 16th century classical Chinese novel Journey to
I wish I could get that big from eating Frosted Flakes, but instead I just get fat.
The West. Now, this to me is one of the game's defining bits. It's why I was interested. You play as a badass monkey with a staff, and you go on a really varied adventure fighting zombies and creatures, rat kings, evil ancient monks, dragons, you name it. This is a fairly linearly structured game with some diversions. It's not really a Souls-like many people expected. Sure, you rest and level up at bonfire checkpoints, but that's really where the comparisons end. This is an action combat adventure with light RPG elements. You have some stats to worry about, but you're not upgrading a multitude of stats like endurance and strength and magic and intelligence. No, it's all just focused on, the basic level up and simple loot and character progression through a skill tree, and some other tricks along the way. Now, your character, as a baseline, has a heavy and light attack as well as a dodge. A lot of it is based around focus points, so you need to dodge and strike and do well to build this up, or hold a button to waste some stamina and charge it up, and then bam. When you have these points, you can launch a more powerful heavy attack that can often stagger enemies and have other bonuses. You can also deflect certain enemy projectiles, but otherwise, your main defense is really just dodging like crazy. Perfect dodges are rewarded with a satisfying effect and a little bonus, so get that focus stored up and hit triangle at the right moment, and bam! A Monster Hunter greatsword level slam dunk that just feels so—
Wait, triangle to dodge? Ooh.
so satisfying to properly pull off. There are also multiple stances that are swappable on the fly with the D-pad. These stances are really just variations on the monkey's staff.
Yeah, if there's an easy mode, I definitely will be playing it on that.
Oh, did I forget to mention that it's like a staff that can transform? Because that's part of the ancient lore, man. Get with it. These don't change your entire—
I play all of my games on easy, guys. I play my games to have fun. It's a novel concept, I know, but when I play a video game, I want to have fun with it. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Fighting style, but they do matter the most with that charged heavy attack for situational shakeups. There's the big heavy slam, which is just so satisfying. I tend to stick with that as the main, but then there's the elevated staff where the monkey perches atop it like a tall pole, avoiding some damage while also charging up a big downward slam. There's more, and I'm still experimenting with them, but I'll let you discover them. They seem pretty situational, and I've had a tendency to only swap to and use them in specific instances, more than just having them equipped and using them consistently. Even still, sometimes it's tough to learn where exactly a stance might work, because enemy attacks are so insane and aggressive, it can take a lot of trial and error to really get what the hell you're doing with a stance. A lot of times you're given these stances and then their use case isn't really spelled out for you. You gotta just figure it out. But still, I kind of like these implementations. Along with that, you have a magic meter that you can spend on special abilities. The first one introduced to you is a temporary and pretty short enemy freeze, like catching them for just enough time to land a few hits. Some of these abilities are offensive, some that help a little bit in the defense department, and they're paced throughout the game and seem effective, but more importantly, entertaining and fun to pull off at the right moment. It's just so good to screw over an enemy at the last second. These are on cooldowns, but the bigger challenge and strategy is not burning your entire magic meter before getting to a challenging enemy where you're really gonna need it. You're also essentially defeating certain enemies and collecting some of their abilities. Our hero character is canonically like a shapeshifter, and throughout the game, you defeat and earn the ability to transform into these enemies temporarily. There's a full
Hopefully there's a busty woman.
transformation where like you can temporarily become a different creature and walk around and kick ass, or ones that you trigger and you will transform for a moment for like a quick thing, or like a big special one-hit attack, or like a poison blast, stuff like that. These things give variation to a pretty simple striking combat system. You can do light attacks and then time it right with a heavy attack, and the animations are incredible, but after a while you might find yourself just doing the same best combos over and over again. It really only matters when an enemy feels like a grind, or like when you're fighting low-level enemies. The more complex bosses, you really have bigger things to worry about. Is the combat most refined, the most laser precise, balanced thing? No. If you were looking for a Souls-like, this is where you might be disappointed. If you were looking
I won't be, because I don't want a Souls-like at all.
for even more depth, but I had fun with it. Story-wise, it has a lot going for it because of like what I said.
Dude, I'm so fucking sick of Souls-likes. Like, after that Elden Ring DLC, I'm burnt out on even like an actual Souls game for a while.
Like what it's based on. I only know the basics of Sun Wukong, but I was really just here.
Yeah, exactly. An 8 out of 10 is not mid. Like, I don't really know, like, what? A 5 is average, a 6 is above average, a 7 is good, an 8 is great, I would say. 9 is, like, I guess you could say awesome. Whatever. And then 10 is, like, basically near perfect. Like, masterpiece tier. But yeah, I don't know, man. An 8 is not a bad score. Now, if you're using like a grading scale, like A through F, then sure, because like a 69 is an F, which is kind of funny. But yeah, I guess if you get a 69, you're gonna have to 69 your professor to pass. But yeah, like a 69 is a failing grade. So if you want to use that like letter grade scale, then I guess that's fine, but I don't. I use like the 10-point scale as like literally as possible. Like a 5 is an average game. The average of, you know, 1 and 10 is 5.5. So 5 is average. But most people don't use a 5 as an average. Most people use 8 as average nowadays, which is so fucking stupid. An 80 is a B in school? Wait, really? Dude, an 80 when I was in school was like a fucking C. Hold on, let's see. Grading scale. Let's see what it is now. Yo, what the fuck? Hold on. There's no way that's right. An F is a 59? What the fuck? What type of grading scale is this shit? Hold on. Yeah, below a 60 is considered an F now. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, they're literally adapting to, like, kids being literally fucking mentally retarded. Like, a fucking 69 was an F when I was in school. Like, you would fail if you got below a 70. Like, a C was like an 80. Or I think actually like an 84 was a C, if I remember correct. It was like an A plus was like 98, 99, 100. An A was like 94 through 97. And then A minus was 90 through 93, I believe. Or no, I may be getting that wrong. I think a B was a 91 or a 92 for a plus. I don't remember. I'd have to look, but yeah, I know for a fact a 69 was an F. Anything under a 70 was a fail. So. But shit, man, with that new grading scale, I could have fucking gotten straight A's and not even tried. What the fuck? That's bullshit, bruh. Damn. I could have really not tried in high school. Like, I got pretty much all A's in high school. Like, I had a few B's, but they were in, like, bullshit classes, like fucking art and stupid things like that. But, yeah, bro, if, like, what? An 80 is considered a B? That's wild, bro. Griffin is an honor student? Yeah. I cum louder in college. That's actually a thing. Cum laude or whatever the fuck. Summa cum laude or however the fuck you say it. But yeah. I always said cum laude. But I don't know, bro. I had all A's in college, so I was in the top 3% of the student body at my college. So I did well. It's not even how old I am, it's how fucking retarded modern kids are. It just shows you how fucking stupid the population's getting. And how shitty teachers are as well. Yeah, I remember they tried to get me to enroll in like the honors college and shit, and then I looked into it, and they wanted me to take like classes in leadership and things like that. And I was like, nope, no thanks. Like they wanted me to do a bunch of extra courses and stuff to be in it. I was like, hell nah. No, I don't even think it's social media brain rot. I think it's just teachers don't teach. Teachers don't teach. They get their slideshows, tests, and assignments with the textbooks that they purchase. They don't actually know the material. They just read off the fucking PowerPoint and then say, oh, good luck. And then they fucking surprise Pikachu face when nobody fucking does well. Well, it's not the parents' job to teach, but yeah, I mean, I would definitely make sure my kids are not getting their primary education just from school. I would actually teach them important stuff in life. Not like just, oh, how to solve calculus. Like, yeah, I mean, that's cool for like developing your brain, but it's not real world knowledge that's going to help you. But yeah, most people aren't actual parents, and most teachers aren't real teachers, so that's the biggest problem. Does honors college even do anything? It just looks good on your resume, basically. Like, I was Dean's List every single semester when I was at college, so, you know. I had plenty of shit to put on there. I mean, the nice thing is I basically got a full ride for my master's degree. Because my grades were so high in undergrad that when I applied, I got like 80-something% of my tuition covered because of like a merit-based scholarship or whatever. So that was pretty cool because I had like basically straight A's in college. So that was pretty neat, dude. But yeah.
for the ride and to be exposed to Chinese myth. You get mysterious tales, beautiful vignettes, thoughtful quotes, really well-designed and cool-looking characters and cinematic action framing.
Hey Meta, take a photo.
What?
Yeah, I got my master's degree in science, dude, in data science. So technically, I am a scientist, and, you know, the We Believe in Science party better step into line. That's all I can say.
I didn't really get a good feel for a sense of story. You just kind of go along, things happen, and characters say things and quote random things, and it really does not do a good job of ushering people into these ancient tales. I was still curious the whole time and had fun seeing cool stuff, but I wasn't like compelled or emotionally invested. It's just like a sequence of really cool stuff. Now, the game is structured in chapters. There's typically a big bad boss at the end of a chapter, and it's a matter of you getting your way there. You might run into one mid-boss that kicks your ass, so turn around and find another alternating path that likely brings you to another mid-boss you can cut your teeth on first. Occasionally, you'll run into an NPC or a little mystery, but this is mostly areas with a few mob-type enemies that mostly aren't too crazy, and then a few tougher guys here and there, and then lots and lots of bosses. Like, I mean it. You can fight one unique boss, walk through a hallway, and then bam, there's a completely new, different boss.
Yeah, that's what I heard, is this game's pretty much like a boss rush game, which is actually kind of cool.
Ready to square up. This is where the game is really ambitious. Like I said, the amount of unique fights feels really, really damn special. The amount of times I was in a glorious, over-the-top, brutal fight with, like, you know, screen-filling animations and explosions, thinking, oh man, this has to be the—
I have a degree in data science, really, yeah. I do.
the end of this whole chapter or sequence. You know, maybe I'll get a big cutscene or something.
So you can call me Mass a Scientist if you'd like, but, you know, you could also just call me Mr. Gaming, I guess. I don't fucking know, bro.
And then I finally beat them, and then nope, that was just a regular pedestrian boss in the middle of a level with another one right around the corner. A mid-boss in this game rivals some of the best bosses in other like regular action games, and that's really damn impressive. From the level of challenge to the music and setting to the, like, the over-the-top crazy movesets of some of these enemies, it's just nuts. And I've been having a lot of fun just consistently encountering new cool stuff. It makes it feel really well-paced, and also got me a little addicted, man. Like, I kept playing after I said I'd stop because I just wanted to see the next new thing around every corner. And it's just really fun when you get a good run going and you just feel like a ruthless badass. When the combat hits, it hits. Now, some of the big boss enemies go so insane that they will actually trap you in a corner and like the camera lock-on screws up and makes it so you can't see attacks are coming. This happened to me way more than I'd like, and it was pretty annoying when I was doing well, but happened to get boxed into a corner by a taller
the Elden Ring problem, that's for sure.
Enemy who jumps in the air, and then the camera gets stuck because it tried to pan up, and now like
yeah, you can call me Massa Griffin if you want. You know, let's just say the whip stays cracking.
Just a mess, and then I can't see big hits coming my way. Very frustrating. Also, if we're talking about annoying stuff, this game really needs a map. As far as I know, I couldn't find one. Even if it's just a vague map, it would really help because some of the chapters have really big areas. It is worth noting that you can revisit and fast travel back to previous areas, previous little bonfires if you want, but that doesn't really show you much in terms of like getting a good read on an environment, on a layout. But man, I will compliment the look of these areas. Level design-wise, everything is really simple, like structurally. And I did encounter some invisible walls, which was sometimes a buzzkill. But otherwise, damn, these areas look really good graphically. Dry grasslands, deep deserts, lush green detailed forests, blinding white snow. In all of it, they really excel here. From graphics to art design, this game is absolutely gorgeous. Flowing rivers, lush foliage, detailed textures, striking shadows, and ray tracing. This is the rare instance of a game that was like originally teased as a graphical showcase like years ago, and then the final product actually looks really good. With that being said, I did play on PC, and even on a high-end PC, I did have some issues. The occasional stuttering, a few glitches with some enemies floating.
Yeah, but for a game studio's like first attempt, this looks really good, honestly.
a few crashes, and some little frame rate issues, especially as you get deeper into the game. Means if you're sensitive to this stuff, you should maybe wait or do some more research with a PC nerd reviewer. I've seen some critics not have any issues. I've seen some have worse than me. I also have not seen the console version of this game, and I believe none of my fellow reviewers have either, meaning definitely wait until we know what's up, because this game is coming in a little hot. The potential technical issues muffles what is otherwise a really fun game. Like I said, be warned, it's not a Souls-like, and some Souls fans might not love the combat, but they'll like the challenge for sure. Me personally, playing this game, I'm having a blast. Wukong is a challenging, thrilling adventure with unique lore, setting, and vibe, and I definitely recommend it at some point. But that's it before you buy. You know how this goes by now. I give you some pros, some cons, and some personal opinion, and now I want to hear yours down in the comments. Have you been looking forward to this game? I'd love to know your impressions from watching a bunch of gameplay and stuff like that. This review is dropping before the game actually is out, before you can actually buy it and play it, so we just wanted to get you some quick info here. Hopefully it helped. Enjoy the gameplay. Let us know what you're thinking about Black Myth Wukong, really, Journey to the West, anything at all down in the comments. We'd love to hear from you. If this video helped you out at all, clicking the like button's all you gotta do. It does help us out. Thank you. But I'm Jake Baldino. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you guys next time.
That boss looks funny. He looks like an Attack on Titan character, kind of. Like those midget titans. Let's see. So Fluffle Nugget with the 2. You sicken me, Griffin. Games are art, and art is hard. So are you saying that your creepy uncle is a piece of art then?
7 inches? That's pretty big.
Daniel with the 5. Griff, I briefly taught junior high school math in a bad neighborhood in NYC. It's not the teachers, the kids are retarded. Well, unfortunately, it's both. The problem is at a young age, they were never properly taught. So, yeah, you were getting kind of like the trickle-down effect of having dipshits influence them at a young age. That's the thing, is like, you have to be basically taught a certain way from a young age in order to have the capacity for like critical thinking and problem solving and to have like a mathematical mind. So, that's the whole school's like goal, is to get in early and brainwash people. So it's unfortunate. Like, the thing is, it's kind of shitty to say, but, like, one teacher can't make a difference. So, it's like an entire system working against, any chance they might have. Daryl's on with the 5. Just woke up hearing the whip sound. I thought it was a slave for a second. Well, you thought correct, man. So get back to picking or get a fucking whipping, bro. Yeah, I think they sold like a collector's edition of this game, but it just came with an empty steelbook, which is fucking stupid. It's like, why do you need an empty game case? Oh, I need to hoard it. That's why. I need something for my shelf, dude. I need some shelf dressing. It's like that, hold on. This thing. Did they not release a trailer for it? Guess not. But yeah, basically this Doom anthology is, a steelbook case with no disc. But you get the BFG replica. So you get a digital download code for all the Doom games and all the DLC, but you don't actually get the games on a disc. But you get an empty case and then the BFG toy. It's like, why? It's so dumb, man. Just put the fucking games on the disc. They're last generation games. They can easily fit on a fucking Blu-ray. I don't know, bro. That's just like lazy as shit if you ask me. What's the point of making a steelbook? For people who just want shit to put on their shelf. Like, you know, people like Dreamcast guy who just want shelf dressing, essentially. People like Dreamcast guy who just want something to stare at on their shelf. Oh, speaking of which. Do not buy Black Myth Wukong on PS5.
What's up, gamers? Dreamcast Guy here, and today we're talking about Black Myth Wukong for the PlayStation 5 because today I woke up and the first reviews are beginning to drop. They're mostly positive. We're going to
I wish my balls would drop, man. It's been 26 years.
Take a look at it, but I did notice a lot of people kind of insulting it and saying, don't buy it on PlayStation. So I want to talk about why, and I want to take a look at the gameplay that's now been released because it seems to raise a couple question marks about the overall quality. But let's get into it. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. I've been traveling for the last week. I went to New York and stuff like that, so go look at my
I have YouTube Premium, but I don't use it for these streams. As you can see, I ain't broke. I have YouTube Premium, but I only use it for my own personal consumption so that my recommended videos don't get fucked up based off of what we watch on stream.
Instagram if you want to see some New York posts. But my point is the fact that if my voice sounds a bit tiny weird today, I'm just that. But so I woke up and I noticed that IGN had...
Griffin confirmed his age? I've confirmed my age multiple times. It's just my birthday I won't tell people. My birthday is top secret. I don't even tell people I know in real life my birthday. Very few people know it. So... My birthday is 9/11. Might as well be, bro. You can't find a better set of candles to blow out.
Just posted their deep dive analysis of the game itself, and I was surprised because to me this does look incredibly good. I mean, if you haven't heard of it, Black Myth Wukong is a Souls-like, but honestly, not only gorgeous, it looks very, very different. It's just a mythology, a mythos.
Yeah, not even my parents know, dude. Yeah, Apollo's birthday is 6 days after 9/11, so, you know, might as well just call it 9/11 and, you know, wrap it up. Apollo was born on September 17th, so almost exactly a week after 9/11.
It's a magic that we haven't seen in this style of game, but a lot of the complaints I've noticed rising to the top is how badly it performs on PC. It only runs, it runs at a pretty steady frame rate, but the deeper into the game you get, the more hard crashes you encounter, and certain later areas are actually saying it's damn near unplayable with such atrociously bad optimization. But here's where the suspicions begin to rise. A lot of people are mad because, honestly, the review scores seem like they perhaps should be higher, saying like, okay, Genshin Impact is a 9, but IGN gives it an 8. Cyberpunk...
Yeah, this isn't the same thing as Cyberpunk, though, because Cyberpunk wouldn't let you show your own gameplay. Black Myth Wukong doesn't give a fuck if you show your own gameplay, so I don't think it's the same scenario. Like, they're not trying to conceal what the game actually looks like at launch, so...
2077 was also broken at launch, and yet it got a 9. How does this game get an 8? But scores aside, man, look at all those dislikes. Oh yeah, be sure to like and subscribe, by the way. I was noticing that it does seem like people are beginning to sort of cultivate...
Of course, Windows Central gives it a 7. They probably took off 3 points because it's not on the Xbone. Or, I'm sorry, the Xbox Series X.
Conspiracy theory about how this game is made for PlayStation. There's been a lot of talks and rumors initially that maybe Sony was partially funding it. It's delayed on Xbox. It's only coming to the PS5 when it comes to consoles here in 3 days. But shockingly, nobody in the world has been allowed to play it on the PS5. Everybody is only playing it on the PC, and even a lot of PC reviewers and Xbox reviewers, well, they're not happy with it. I am seeing a lot of people like making fun of this. Windows Central definitely seems to skew in favorability. If something comes to Game Pass, they give it a 10 out of 10. There's a lot of jokes about that. But here's the thing. I think that Black Myth Wukong is still going to be a great game. A lot of times, even a game does actually launch with some performance problems. A lot of times it does get patched, and if you wait a couple months, obviously it's a lot cheaper to buy it. But I did see people saying that it is pretty bizarre that this coming out here in 4 days, and it's not actually playable on a PS5 by any journalist, any reviewer, any Let's Player.
I agree, that is suspect, which is exactly why I'm going to buy it on PS5 to see if they're trying to hide anything, because then I can make a video shitting on it, if that is the case.
Nobody on the planet has access to it, which is bizarre, since Sony themselves has been advertising it as the most anticipated PS5 game of the year. Now, this is, of course, a bit of an indictment of PlayStation themselves, the fact that Sony is hyping third parties this hard. But here's the other part of it, and part of the reason I'm slightly hesitant. I am still going to buy the game. I am still excited to beat it. I am a big From Software fan, and, obviously after the Elden Ring DLC...
This is not a From Software... See, this is the thing, bro. This is not a From Software game. It's just insanity. Everybody's so fucking soyed out over Dark Souls clones, man.
Craving more of that fun difficulty, but apparently that's where it's most lacking. So, Timur Hussein, I've quoted this guy multiple times in videos. I feel like I am an Elden Ring fan. This guy is a Dark Souls fanatic. He has beaten every From Software game in every single possible format. The man is just so obsessively dedicated that I respect his opinion when it comes to From Software way above anybody else, for the most part. But he said this: I played Black Myth Wukong. It's a beautiful game that just didn't click with me. The boss rush format is a really interesting approach, but the game doesn't feel challenging, and the combat does not flow well for me. Every time between the bosses is very trite. So yeah, it sounds like the game is pretty much just boss, a little bit of content, boss, a little bit of content.
Sounds good to me.
Whereas a lot of times when it comes to From Software style games, part of the fun is getting to a new area, exploring, purposely taking the wrong path to find another upgrade or crafting material. The fact that Black Myth...
Yeah, I can skip all that gay shit,
honestly.
honestly.
Has almost none of that. I didn't realize...
I would rather a game just get to the fucking point than try and imitate other people's environmental storytelling.
That from watching the trailers, so that's a bit disappointing, but he goes on here. I don't need the game to be hard to enjoy it, but the lack of challenge translates to the combat not really feeling like they're designed for and around. And also the strategy for most bosses is always the same and requires little thought in execution. So he's being vague here, but I wonder if this is one of those games where one mechanic is just bustedly strong, whether it is parries or dodge rolls or whatever. It does suck when there's a game that just straight up seems like it's well balanced until you find the one button you can press to instant delete everything.
What's wrong with that? Why is it a problem to be powerful in a video game if you want to be?
Design is also a bit of a downer. Looks beautiful, feels very linear while having the illusion of openness.
Oh god, linear. Dude, it's linear. It's not linear.
In a very obvious way. I think some people will really like it, and I can see why they would, but it just didn't work for me. I played it on PC, it ran fine, but I've been hearing from other people of inconsistencies with it. Didn't get access to console. Again, it looks stunning. It reminds me of Blue Point's Demon's Souls remake visually. That's good. I will admit that I was hoping for a bit more. I mean, when it comes to just the raw quality of it and the raw excitement, I have seen some people saying that an 8 is too low. The amount of people that are mad about the 8 out of 10 is a bit strange to me. I think I'm in a spot where when we begin to see PlayStation 5 footage, maybe then I'll buy it. Or maybe because they haven't provided any PS5 review codes, maybe that's what I'll do. Look, I'll make you guys a deal. I wasn't planning on buying this at launch. I'm working on other stuff, but I'm pretty curious about this, and I'm curious if you guys are curious. So I'll make you a deal. If this video gets 1,000 likes, I will actually buy the game and try it out on PS5 day one. We'll see, how good it actually is. Because Black Myth Wukong, it does look pretty fantastic. I am incredibly excited about it. It's just the pages and pages of comments saying it sounds like it was made for PC, and even then it's not running great. Bad performance in a game like this is extremely, extremely bad. Now, if you haven't played a lot of these Souls-likes,
like his video, I think he's already well past, man.
Able to properly react, to pivot, to memorize boss patterns, and hit your own carefully timed blows, it's incredibly crucial. And frame drops, lag, input delays, anything like that is not just annoying, it's game breaking. If this game is having any amount of hard crashes on PS5, I think it's going to have some very big issues. Now, it could end up still being great. There have been times in the past where...
yeah, he still gets review codes and shit, which is absolutely wild to me.
A game comes out and it's funky on PC.
Hey, good for bro.
But runs really, really good on PlayStation. We'll see. But currently, I think you should think of it as a buyer beware. If you have not bought it yet and you're planning on getting it on PS5, just consider this as a giant pause, wait, temper your excitement, and let's see how it actually runs at launch before we run out and drop $70 a pop. But what do you guys think about Black Myth Wukong, and do these review scores entice you? I'm definitely ready for it. I'm definitely excited for it, especially I've been playing so many other games like Concord. I put like 40 hours into the Concord beta. I'm ready for that next week, but I'm ready. I'm ready for Black Myth Wukong. Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below, and if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. Oh man. Oh god, hopefully this is just the best. Hopefully these 6s and 7s are a fluke. Thanks so much for watching that video.
He's ready for that black mythological monkey pause. But yeah, meat, let's just say. He wants the monkey meat. The Chinese fucked up by not giving the greatest YouTuber ever, Dreamcast guy, a review code. Yeah, it could have just been a translation error. Like, they could have gotten the wrong fucking email address or, sent it to the wrong person, so. But yeah, I'm going to get this shit on PS5 and we'll see if it's busted or not, so might as well. Let's see.
Lucky number 7. 7 days of the week.
Mitchell Saltzman here. I'm the reviewer of Black Myth Wukong, and just a quick note about this review. As part of the embargo agreement set for this game, I am unable to show you footage beyond Chapter 2, which presents a bit of a problem because a lot of the technical issues that I have with this game that I specifically call out in this review occurred after Chapter 2, so I'm unable to actually show them. So we're going to do two different
Well, at least he's upfront about it, unlike during the Cyberpunk review process.
Video reviews this time. This first one will abide by the restrictions and only show footage from the first 2 chapters, but we will also be posting a more complete review with the relevant footage added in on launch day. And with that, on with the review for Black Myth Wukong.
Well, yeah, the ads that I get are from an incognito browser, so none of them are actually personalized.
I've never been so utterly blown away, yet simultaneously so unbelievably frustrated by a game as I have been with Black Myth Wukong. This is undoubtedly...
Did I actually put a MAGA hat on my dog's head? Yes.
One of the most ambitious and impressive action games I've played. It's stunningly gorgeous, its combat is fantastic, it's incredibly challenging, but always satisfying to overcome, and the setting is refreshingly unique and steeped in rich Chinese culture.
Oh yeah, dude, that's a banger. I can't wait to listen to that.
Unique and steeped in rich Chinese culture. Despite all of that,
hell yeah, dude. Imagine prone boning your bitch to that. Stroke into the beat of that sick Japanese, or I'm sorry, Chinese, whatever type music. Like, hell yeah, dude. Prone boning? You don't know what prone boning is? It's when she lays down on her stomach and you hit it from behind. Watching... Nah, I don't really think that has to do with watching porn, bro. Let's see. I saw with the 5. If it's not too bad, you have to beat tier 4 times to complete the DLC. FYI, apparently Sony helped with Wukong optimization, like the Callisto protocol. We'll see if it actually works out or not. I am actually curious about the PS5 version, because I do think it is kind of sus. They didn't show it off at all, but I guess we'll see. I'll take one for the team. An Even Star TV with the 10 just came back from the gym. Now that Wukong reviews are out, it's Jover. Final Fantasy VII Peak Birth takes the W at the Game Awards. As for the Final Fantasy VII haters, plus the bots, take your chill pill and suck it. That's right, man.
Yeah, try, white boy.
Peak will reign supreme. So... the true game of the generation will be recognized this year, and, you know, they will be able to cope and seethe all they want, but it does not change the fact that Final Fantasy VII Peak Birth is not only game of the year, but game of the generation as well.
It often...
at least until Part 3 comes out, and we'll see if it surpasses it or not.
Feels like it's barely holding it all together. I suffered numerous crashes, despite having a top-of-the-line setup with the GeForce RTX 4090, not to mention the multiple times I fell through the ground and died in the final phase of a boss fight, or the way characters would randomly switch from English to Chinese, or the way the dialogue audio would just drop out altogether and leave me completely in the dark during an important cutscene. It's a rickety roller coaster for sure, and there were definitely spots during the ride where I was not having a great time. But taken as a whole, this is one adventure where the bumps are worth it. Black Myth Wukong's story is somewhat of a follow-up to the classic novel Journey to the West by Wu Chenggen, a book that I only personally know thanks to very loose adaptations like Dragon Ball and Enslaved Odyssey to the West. That surface-level familiarity didn't help much though, as the interpretation that the developers at Game Science have crafted here is laden with references to characters and events from the novel without doing a great job of bringing you up to speed on who Sun Wukong is or what he encountered on his titular journey. I had to look online to understand who Zhu Bajie was, what his history with Wukong is, and what the significance of certain encounters were, because
yeah, I'm just gonna skip the cutscenes, it sounds like, then.
Otherwise, I'd have been completely lost at times.
I ain't learning about Chinese mythology. 04 Alphatron with the 2, Nah Man Concord is game of our lifetime, don't at me. Well, obviously, dude. Any game that puts pronouns before actual quality content is automatically a massive W. Midnight Mobile with the 2, is this game supposed to be a Souls-like? Apparently not, and people are upset over that.
Play as the Destined One, a literal monkey who wakes up one morning and decides to set out on a roughly 40-hour journey to locate the 6 relics of Wukong. While the moment-to-moment storytelling is fairly unremarkable, largely due to a mute protagonist and side characters that aren't given enough screen time to develop, each of the 6 self-contained chapters culminates with a stunningly gorgeous animated vignette that tells a short story about that chapter's main antagonist. Each one is done in a completely different art style, with one drawn to look like a storybook, another using stop-motion animation, and another done in the style of an anime. Every single one of them is beautiful and poignant, and I couldn't help—
Anime? Say no more, dude.
But wish that the main story managed to move me in similar ways.
Yeah, say no more, guys. I'm already interested.
My initial read on Wukong was that it was a Souls-like, given the checkpoint system, the stamina bar that governs your actions in combat, and the dodge-heavy fighting style. But as it turns out, Wukong has more in common with traditional action games, like what you might expect from Bayonetta developer Platinum Games, than it does with anything that From Software has made. Most of the usual Souls-like conventions are missing. There's no penalty for death outside of respawning at the nearest checkpoint, you don't use a shared currency to level up your stats and purchase items or upgrades, and while there is gear and stats to consider, you largely just go and swap out the old equipment with the new, as opposed to making choices as to what kind of weapon or piece of armor you want to hold on to and upgrade. And even though I am a big fan of Souls-likes, ditching those mechanics feels like the right move for the game that Wukong is trying to be. It's far more forgiving, focused on keeping you in the action rather than poring over menus or retracing your steps to regain your lost currency after dying, and Wukong is a better, more distinctive game for it. To be clear though, when I say it's more forgiving, I don't mean that it's any less difficult than a From style game. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that between this and Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, I had more difficulty getting through Wukong's toughest challenges. But at the same time, those challenges never felt unfair, and overcoming some of the tougher boss fights was always a satisfying combination of learning their—
It looks like you deal way more damage in this game, though. That's the thing. It looks like the DPS output is actually pretty good.
attack patterns, figuring out where I could maximize my punishment windows, and tweaking my loadout in ways that made the best use of my chosen powers. Combat in Black Myth Wukong is simple and elegant, thanks in part to some tools that are really fun to play around with. Success hinges on a delicate balance of Twitch reflex-style gameplay mixed with careful resource management that largely revolves around a focus meter, which builds up when you land hits and perfectly dodge enemy attacks. You gain a focus point whenever that meter fills up, which you can then spend in the middle of a light attack combo for a varied combo, or you can just use a heavy attack on its own for a powerful strike that can be charged even further if 2, 3, or even 4 focus points are consumed all at once. You also have access to a small handful of spells, governed by a mana meter, that are versatile enough to be useful in a wide array of situations. The Immobilize spell, for instance, freezes enemies for a short time, allowing you to get in some quick hits and potentially stagger them to allow for even more free damage. Cloud Step turns you invisible and creates a decoy for your enemies to focus on while you break away, heal up, and then hit your foe with a surprise attack that can crit. Rock Solid briefly turns you into a statue that will cause an enemy's attack to bounce right off of you, giving you an opportunity for a counterattack. Ring of Fire creates a barrier around you that will initially repel enemies and grant you some health restoration, along with enhancing any stat-altering drinks that you may use while standing inside of it. And finally, there's my personal favorite, a Plug of Many, which lets you make multiple clones of yourself to all gang up on an enemy at once.
Dude, you should just use the Shadow Clone Jutsu. That would have been cooler.
Separate from that, you've also got transformations, which allow you to morph into powerful creatures that you've already bested in battle. What's really cool about these is that they don't cost any mana, they're tied to a very lengthy cooldown instead, and they turn you into a totally different character.
I don't know what a 4090 is. That's right, you gotta give me $2,000 so I can go buy one. Thanks, bro.
Complete with an all-new moveset, special moves that use their own focus meter, and more. For example, one of the first bosses that you fight is a wolf with a fiery dual blade that has a lightning-fast dash attack. When you defeat him, you'll gain his transformation and be able to do that very same dash attack to your enemies, and once you build up its focus meter, you'll even be able to do a hugely powerful leaping strike that can ignite foes and deal damage over time to them. And then finally, there are spirit skills, which are earned by defeating certain more powerful versions of enemies and absorbing their essence into your gourd. These are effectively transformations that only last for one attack and are also tied to a fairly lengthy cooldown, but it's great to be able to, for example, use the Wandering Wight's powerful headbutt attack.
I hope Griffin finds 2 friends for space. Nah, I'll just play it by myself. I've accepted the fact that I don't have any friends, so it's all good.
To get an extra stagger after immobilizing an enemy. These spirit skills can also be leveled up, which makes it so that even the early game spirits never lose their strength as the campaign rolls on. It's an excellent blend of options, especially when mixed with some truly incredible boss fights. And Wukong introduces all of these elements at a thoughtfully measured pace, so I never felt overwhelmed. Make no mistake, the Destined One is extremely powerful. And being in control of him is definitely a heck of a power trip. Even beyond the many powers and abilities he has at his disposal, nothing beats the feeling of just slamming a 50-foot bow staff down onto an enemy's head. But I still had to be smart with how I used my spells due to the fact that mana restoration is actually very difficult. This is where the resource management aspect of combat comes into play. I had to carefully consider what spells were actually worth the mana cost, whether I should save them for a more difficult second phase of a fight, and whether or not I could capitalize on the opportunity if I were to spend the mana in the first place. For instance, even though it's my most powerful spell, I often had to hold off on casting my Pluck of Many spell that duplicates my character since it has an extremely high mana cost. If I cast it at a bad time, the boss could simply wipe out all of my clones with an AoE attack before they even got a chance to get some damage in. Sometimes the adjustment I had to make when I was stuck on a boss was a simple change in how I used my abilities, and the act of coming up with a new strategy and having it pay off was always extremely satisfying. While boss battles are where Wukong is at its best, there's also a highly respectable amount of enemy variety in its regular fights. Level design is of the wide linear variety, usually with a clear main path that leads from checkpoint to checkpoint, but plenty of opportunities to venture off that path to discover optional goodies. The rewards for exploration are great too. I've found rare crafting materials to make new weapons and armor, special enemies that drop a new spirit skill, curio items that I could equip to enhance my build, and treasure chests that might permanently increase my max health, mana, or stamina, all of which made the time that I took to find them well spent. On top of that, there are also several secret boss fights to discover, key items with mysterious uses that I still haven't figured out, and plenty of more reasons to stray from the beaten path and keep an eye constantly scanning the environment. The main one being that Wukong is one of the most gorgeous games I've ever played. Every environment is brimming with detail, from the chipped pieces of bark on the trees in the forest, to the real-time deformation of the snow as the Destined One moves through it while dragging his staff along. Not only that, but the animation is impeccable too, with wonderful touches and flourishes, like the way your character will do a little hop step when locked onto an enemy, then change to strafing around them as opposed to just running straight on while keeping their head turned.
I'm gonna get this
the music
on
and sound
PS5,
design is fantastic as well, with epic drum thumping.
We'll see how it runs on console. I'll stream it the night it comes out. I'm assuming it releases, what, Monday night at 12 a.m. Eastern, so... Or I guess Tuesday morning, but... Yeah, I'll buy it on console. We'll see how it runs, if it's a train wreck or not, and, you know, go from there.
Battle themes and melodic flutes and chimes, adding to the air of wonder and mystery as you explore the unknown. All that said, this game really would have benefited from a map, plain and simple. The lands you explore in Wukong are beautiful, no doubt, but they're far too big and too crammed with secrets to not give you some sort of navigational help, especially the second and third chapters. This, along with the fact that it's aggravatingly hard to tell what obstacles can actually be climbed over and what's an invisible wall, can make exploration quite cumbersome. It's a good thing that the rewards are worth it. However, it's hard not to feel like all of Wukong's splendor and detail came at a great cost. I experienced numerous crashes, with one particular heartbreaker happening right after defeating an extremely tough boss that I then had to defeat again. Several others were more minor and would typically happen as I was loading up a new chapter or fast traveling to another level, but they eventually add up to a lot of frustration. In addition to that, several times during important cutscenes, all dialogue, audio, and subtitles would drop out completely, leaving me without any clue as to what was being talked about and no way to rewatch the cutscene. Characters would occasionally switch to speaking Chinese all of a sudden, despite me having the audio set to English. The lip flaps of the English dub often don't even remotely match what's being spoken.
Oh, thank me to the... Oh, finally then the 3 bells sang. Disciples come, I hear.
And most of the journal entries you find along the way haven't even been localized yet into English. The worst, though, was one particular fight in which the boss would plunge me down through the ground during the transition to its final phase, only to have me fall through the world once I regained control of my character. This kept on happening to the point where I thought my game was unavoidably bugged and I wouldn't be able to reach the end. But my insanity of trying the same thing over and over again eventually yielded a different result for no discernible reason. These are the kinds of technical problems that Game Science will hopefully look to address in post-launch patches. And it's not outside the realm of possibility, as even Cyberpunk 2077 was eventually whipped into shape after its own buggy launch.
I don't know why everyone decided to release their games in October, or not October, August and September. Like, that first week of September and the last week of August are absolutely fucking stacked. So, it's wild. Like, there's just so many fucking games coming out in, like, such a short, like, period of time. And what's crazy, too, is, like, looking back on the first half of 2024, like, there was almost nothing even announced to be coming out in the second half of the year. And then all of a sudden, it was, like, a massive fucking tidal wave.
I hope that those fixes come swiftly, because while I still wholeheartedly think that the things that Black Myth Wukong does so right are worth dealing with those problems, I would love to be able to recommend it without those caveats. As Game Science's debut action game, Black Myth Wukong is mostly a great success, despite some major technical black marks and localization issues that are likely to cause some frustrations at launch. Combat is fantastic, thanks to a great balance of careful resource management and lightning-fast twitch reaction gameplay that tested my skills as much as Elden Ring ever has, despite it being a more traditional action game than From Software style. Not only that, but there are a ton of exciting boss battles, a great variety of enemies, and the world they inhabit is an absolute treat for the eyes and ears. Its story has its moments, but relies a bit too much on having prior knowledge of the events of Journey to the West, and it really could have used the map to make its rewarding exploration measure up to the strength of the combat. All said, its strengths more than carry it through, making Black Myth Wukong a great action game that could be even greater if Game Science can squash the bugs. For more Black Myth Wukong, make sure to check out the first minutes of the game, along with our guides for things it doesn't tell you and skills to get first. And for everything else, keep it here!
So, what it sounds like is, you know, all issues aside, for their first attempt at like an actual console tier game, it seems to have turned out pretty well. Like, minor technical issues are kind of a given. But for their first outing as, like, actually a legitimate console/PC game developer, it seems like it's pretty good quality-wise. So, it's kind of like Stellar Blade, you know? Like, it had some minor issues here and there, but for their first console game, it was a pretty solid effort, which is cool. So I'm glad to see we're getting some newer game devs pop up that, you know, aren't just putting out like asset flips and dog shit, like fucking just junk titles that don't even work. Because that's typically the stigma around Chinese games, is they just buy a bunch of Unreal Engine assets, slap them together, and release a half-baked, half-assed, you know, video game. So it's kind of cool to see that it seems they actually put in effort. And there's some genuine talent over there in Eastern countries other than just Japan. Creators freedom with the 2. My tipples.
My mother twitted my fucking tipples! That's part of the abuse!
Yeah, try, white boy.
He probably did. How does it make you feel to make fun of someone's abuse, dude? Boogie suffered for years when his mommy gave him titty twisters. Do you know what that does to a boy? Oh my god. Oh man. Dude, I don't know how I'm gonna stay awake for this fucking God of Horror shit, but oh well. We might have another sleep stream, bro, because I was falling asleep playing God of Snore Ragnarok before, so it might happen again. Let me check on the download. Let's see. Is it done? Let's see. Downloads. Yeah, it's done. Unfortunate. Let's hope there's an update. Probably not. Well, I have the disc, so yeah, it's a faster download. I don't know what the fuck just happened.
To enable screen reader, press square button.
Why wouldn't it just download the fucking update when the game's installing? Like, that's so fucking stupid. Oh, I don't think I need the update. So it doesn't matter. Here, let me switch my monitor so I can actually see. Have I watched the anime called Soul Eater? I tried to, but it was really boring, so I stopped. Alright, whatever. Good enough. Oh. Dude, I probably will fall asleep. I fell asleep several times trying to play through this shit. It was luckily only where I like phased in and out for like an hour or so. Like, you know, for brief seconds. But yeah. Alright, so where the fuck do you go for the other thing? Is it like new game? I have no idea. Where the fuck is this DLC even? Huh.
Gaming.
Bruh. What a top tier game. That's that Goy of Snore quality standard, baby. So let's see. Alright, well, I'll just wait for this to go. Ah, man. I queued the update and download, but I don't know. Let's see. iSilent with the 2. Do it tomorrow. I guess we can, yeah. We'll just see how it goes. I don't know. Because I've only been streaming for like 3 hours, but we'll see. I can do it tomorrow if you'd prefer that. That's fine. It doesn't really make a difference to me. And 04 Alphatron with the 200 for 2 hours. Yikes, I need to start YouTube. Well, it's not as great as it sounds, because, you know, after YouTube takes their tithe, let's just call it, you're only left with like 130. Then you got to pay 33% tax on it. So then, you know, it goes quickly, but yeah, it's not bad. It's better than like McDonald's, that's for sure. .04 Alphatron also with the 2. Even your PlayStation is like, please don't. Yeah, that was funny, man. That shit's funny. It was like, no, don't do it. You've been through too much. That's funny, bro. Bro, my internet is not the problem. Look at this shit. Yeah, my internet's not the problem, guys. And that's on my extender, so it's not even like my actual router. I have 707 megabyte download and basically 400 up. I'm good. And that's actually kind of slow for normal, but yeah, no, it's not my internet. It's just PlayStation's downloads are fucking slow, just like Xbox. Let's see. Who else reviewed Monkey Game?
Rated teen.
Hey everyone, Aiden here from Push Square, and this week I've been playing Black Myth Wukong, a game that I would have reviewed today, but we did not get to play the game on PS5. That's right, we only had access to PC, which is the gameplay that you're watching today. This is my gameplay, but we didn't get to play the game on PS5, which of course has us pausing for thought on the potential performance and visual quality of the console release, but of course we can't really talk about that today. We'll have a full PS5 review up on the Push Square website when we actually get our hands on that copy, so be sure to check out that. But today, I want to talk about the actual content of the game itself, since I played over 12 hours of it so far. Black Myth Wukong is an adaptation of Journey to the West, meaning it's chock full of Chinese mythological creatures. Now on top of its gorgeous visuals, you'll really be struck by its impeccable enemy designs. Ranging from red-eyed wolves to slippery serpents, there's an odd groundedness mixed into these fantastical designs.
That looks like a mermaid to me.
With top-of-the-line animation making each of them feel fresh and different. It's honestly great to see. This is really a game that is pushing the technical limit. Now, there's not a whole lot of downtime when you're playing this game. It likes to ensure that there are always bosses just around the corner and that the leveling system just keeps ticking away in the background. I had that, you know, that dopamine rush you get when you're just getting upgrades and skill points and new challenges thrown at you and you're constantly bettering your character, which made my time with the game really fly by. Now, while initially quite linear, the areas in Wukong are filled with sneaky little passages and hidden bosses. Upon reaching a boss in one of the game's areas, I found 2 different paths that I could have accessed it from, so it gave the impression of this winding, maze-like design that certainly would reward the nosy explorer. In the 12 hours that I played, I pushed through to the 3rd of 5 chapters, but I can easily foresee these areas taking as much as double that time to fully explore. But of course, why are you exploring? What is there to find? Well, on top of the in-depth leveling system, you're going to find ingredients and collectibles.
Dude, this guy's voice is really irritating. Like, I don't know how to, like, describe it. It's not like the typical Irish accent.
Be used to craft armors and weapons, fine-tune your build, and even use items to unlock shortcuts or new pathways. The leveling system in itself is surprisingly deep, with stamina, attacks, stances, and spells all having their own upgrade trees.
7-minute man with the 2. Did you do the Wukong? No, I didn't do the bench. I'm not really a benchmark fan, to be honest. I don't really do it at all. The only benchmark I ever ran was the Final Fantasy 15 benchmark, and that's only because I like Final Fantasy 15. But yeah, I'm not really a benchmark person. I don't really care about it that much. Because the thing is when I play games, I have to lock it at 60 on PC anyway because of OBS being a bitch. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't ran it. I'm going to buy this on console, though, to see how bad it runs. So, have like a dual purpose in playing it to like review it, and then also to see how bad the PS5 port is, to spread the word.
Like, genuinely, you could sink a lot of time into this, and it's great to see that you can actually respec your skills at any point in the game. Now, all of these elements are put to the test when you come into contact with the game's many bosses.
So what's the meaning behind the title? What is the Black Myth? Despite making up only 13% of the population.
Bosses, and these are easily the best aspect of Wukong because, as I mentioned, they have these incredible designs, but also it's the combat scenarios that the game is putting you in. One fight against a half man, half serpent, honestly, it felt like I was in a kung fu movie as I danced around this enemy. We were swishing through the water, and there's this really satisfying dodge sound effect when you get a perfect dodge. It was just so much fun, and I felt so attuned with the combat. There's another boss somewhere in the 3rd chapter that I can't talk about today, but honestly, it's so cool. Now, while the game itself isn't as difficult as a Souls game, you're going to keep your XP and items upon death. Each of the bosses are challenging in their own ways.
Oh, that's nice. You get to keep your XP. That's cool.
Inspirations. The bosses move, attack, and take damage differently, making each fight feel like a fresh new mechanic being introduced to the game. It forces you to really look at your abilities and your perks and see how you can maximize your build against this particular enemy. Sometimes my builds synced up with an enemy and I didn't find it that hard. Other times I really struggled. Now, controlling your character is a fairly simple affair from the outset. You just have light combo attacks which expand as you upgrade your character, and then you have these heavy attacks which gain power based on your building focus level. Now, this isn't just like your typical game.
Yeah, it's pretty funny though. Like, if you ask Europeans, for example, like, what percentage of the population of America do you think black people are? Like, the answer is always like 50-something% or something. Like, most countries just automatically assume that the US is like 50% black or something because of how much the media overrepresents black people in like American movies and TV shows and advertising and everything like that. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. But you know the reason for that? There's a reason why that's the case, is because black people as a demographic are like 4 times more likely than whites and Hispanics and Asians to identify with race-based advertising. So white people and Asian people have the lowest, I guess, likelihood or whatever to purchase an item based on their racial identity with the advertisement. Black people, on the other hand, are extremely likely to purchase or consume a product which the advertising shows other black people in it. So that's the reason why most modern advertising in the US always has like black people in it, is because black people are like 4 to 5 times more likely than whites and Asians, and I think 2 to 3 times more likely than Hispanics to purchase a product if they see like racially similar people within an advertisement for that product. So, kind of interesting. That's why. But yeah, it leads a lot of foreign countries to think like the US is like 50% black when in reality it's like 10%.
Game where the attacks are just a little bit slower because they're heavier. These are like attacks that you really have to time well because they are super dangerous otherwise. There are also these stances that you get with your staff, but to be honest, I just felt like these done the same thing in a different way. I didn't feel the need to really switch things up too much. When actually facing the enemies though, the combat feels fantastic. Like I said, that swishy dodge, it just is so fun, and learning the attack patterns really feeds into this even further. There's a nice rhythm to the combat in Wukong. But I have to say, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. The game's bosses are excellent, but the stuff in between isn't quite as engaging. It has a lovely look to it all, and areas with Chinese-inspired statues or architecture are always cool to look at, but it lacks that sense of place that a game like Lords of the Fallen has, you know, where this environment, this setting existed long before you played this game. There's a reason things are the way they are in this area as they are in that area. That's not really the case here in Black Myth Wukong. It's almost as if game science decided to make a woodland area, then a desert area, then why not throw some snow into this place? Its setting is more of a greatest hits of environment rather than any kind of cohesive living location. Like I said though, they do all look nice, but there's something there that doesn't sell the setting to me, at least from what I've played so far. Now, when you are exploring these areas, there are things to discover to make your character more powerful, as I mentioned, but ultimately, I didn't really feel the need to farm XP like you would in Elden Ring. The bosses themselves are phenomenal, but it's just that connective tissue between them that feels quite anemic. Not to mention that the realistic graphical design is often thwarted by invisible walls, which I came into contact with a lot more than I would like to admit. Now, did all of that take away from my experience with the game? No, not really. The boss fights and the staccato combat always kept me on my toes, and the boss designs are a delight to discover each time. Honestly, you never know what this game's going to throw at you in terms of its boss fights. Now, obviously, my chief concern right now is how does this game run on PS5? On my PC, if you're curious, I have an i9, 32 gigs of RAM, and a 3080 graphics card, so I easily ran the game on PC at high settings
like, bro,
with the frame rate.
He has such a weird Irish accent. Like, it's not a normal Irish accent. It's such a weird, fucking, like, twisted version of it.
Passing 60 FPS easily.
Damn, Griffin is a pony now because Xbox is ass. Exactly, man. I was forced into this role.
However, this is a
Phil Spencer's ineptitude has pushed me away and forced me to, you know, convey with the enemy. But yeah, dude, Xbox is fucking just absolute dog shit, so it's Jover. There's not even a point in having any sort of hopium whatsoever, man. It's all done.
Game, and certainly one that's going to push the PS5 technically. Hopefully the performance issues can be cleared up. We know what's what when the game launches on August 20th, because I can't wait to check out the full experience on PS5. But please do let me know how excited you are for Black Myth Wukong down in the comments below. I think you really should be holding off on the pre-orders right now if you're looking to console. Here's hoping things are...
I'm gonna pre-order it.
Peachy peachy, everything's completely fine, but of course not getting the console codes makes you question it a little bit, so just hold off a little to see how things are.
Go suck Dreamcast guy's dick and rob you of the pleasure, man? Never. There's only one person that, you know, fits in this role.
Fucking suck dicks in an Olive Garden bathroom.
And it's you, bro. If anyone deserves to suck Dreamcast guy's dick drier than the Sahara Desert, it's you, dude. You've earned it.
Performing and then pick the game up, but other than that, the actual content itself is super fun and I can't wait to dive into more of it. But anyway, thank you for watching. Remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel for more PlayStation video content, and until next time, I've been Aaron and this has been Push Square.
Why do I sound so dead on the inside? Because maybe I am, bro. Is there a problem with that? Do I need to be like super happy and positive and like, what's up guys? Today we're going to be watching some brand new YouTube videos on the new game Black Myth Wukong, dude. Bro, I sleep like 3 to 4 hours a night. I work out daily. I take my dog for like a 6-mile walk for 2 hours every night. and then I stream until the wee hours of the morning. I'm allowed to be fucking tired. Thank you very much. Yeah, true. This is what being a virgin pushing 30 does. Exactly, man. RTU tried to warn me.
The sexually frustrated edgelords like Griffin Gaming love it. Hey, Griffin, you're pushing 30 and saving yourself for marriage? You know what I call that? You're a fucking incel who just can't get any. Griffin Gaming. Yeah. He's saving him. The guy who fucking talks so much shit all of a sudden has morality for marriage. You know who says that? People who can't have sex.
Skip it up, the fucking loser faggot.
Oh my god. Jesus. I love that clip though.
Skip it up, the fucking loser faggot.
It just flows so well, man. It's great. Bro has to pay child support. Yep, he does. Because, like, apparently Rich's baby mama already had 7 kids with another, like, or I guess several other men. And then he had 3 kids with her. So he's definitely having to pay child support. Which is wild to me. Like, bro, why would you want to have, 1, kids with someone who already has, like, 7 other children? And 2... why would you want to have kids outside of wedlock? Like, that's so fucking just bad. Why would you want to bring your kids deliberately into a, like, broken home? That's just so stupid, man. Like, yeah, I'm going to have kids, and then I'm going to purposely not be married to their mother so that way they never experience a normal family life. Genius. My channel is dying. Come on, I know you be watching our podcast and vids. I don't watch whatever your little podcast is, bro. But dude, if my channel's so dead, why are you here? Like, if this is literally the cemetery of YouTube content creation, why are you fucking here? Like, shouldn't you be on another, like, non-dead channel? The Level 1 podcast? Yeah, there we go. Where real gamers talk about gaming. Dude, I should make, like... yeah, should I do that? Griffin's Day Off, dude? Like Phil does. Even though I don't take days off. Unless I fall asleep, but yeah. Hey, what's up, guys? Bro doesn't have a pod, yeah. Oh my god. Griffin only smashes 50-year-old women to avoid child support? Yeah, that's right. Dried up ovaries present 0 risk. But not. Absolutely not, bro. The only MILF I'm interested in is the mother of my children. That's it. Unless I make her a MILF, I ain't interested. Personally.
Oh, what is it you're holding?
Speaking of fucking Black Myth Wukong, same thing, bro.
First showcased back in 2020, Black Myth Wukong took the games industry by storm thanks to its over-the-top action set pieces and gorgeous vistas. 2 of the biggest factors that have defined...
Do I know of Synthetic Man? No, I've never heard of him before. What type of content does he make?
...and action games over the years. With each subsequent showing, the game garnered more hype. But as experience has taught me, it's always better to keep expectations in check. Despite the consistent stream of promising gameplay footage and trailers showing the slick action and beautifully rendered environments, I only ever remained cautiously optimistic.
Griff, you a bitch. We know you be coming through our channel with fake accounts. What channel? Here, we can pull up your channel real quick. Let's see. Aw, look, he's a Sonic autist. Isn't that sweet? Videos. Let's see. The Game Booty Getaway. Horizon Zero Dawn? Bro, what are you coming in here talking shit about me being a fucking pony? And your fucking retarded ass likes Horizon Zero Dawn. You're fucking retarded. I don't like Horizon Zero Dawn. And you're gonna call me a pony when your fucking, you know, sped ass enjoys playing fucking movie slop? Yeah. Good fucking riddance, bruh. You're dumb as hell. Your parents should have definitely fucking blasted you all over your mom's fucking cow tits instead of, you know, not pulling out. It would have been an absolute fucking better use of everyone's resources for the past 27 plus years of your life, because I'm sure you're like a fucking, 30-something year old man-child still living at home, no job, no aspirations in life, just eating a bunch of fucking chicken nuggies and shit, you know, yelling at your mom because you want to watch TV, but she's trying to watch her show, or I don't fucking know, man. Maybe you live in a double wide, I don't know, bro, but you don't have much going on for you is what I'm getting at here. Like, bro, all of this is PlayStation footage, and, you know, this dude's gonna come in here and fucking sped out about me being a pony, dude. Meanwhile, literally, he likes Horizon Zero Dawn, so yikes. And he's a Sonic autist, so let's see what's in this playlist. PIXELWAVE channel. Welcome to Kowloon. Let's see what's in here. Sega Fantasy 6. Dr. Dre, Dre's Anatomy. Shores of Atlantis, Beautiful Ocean Meditation. Oh. Let's see what's in here. Why is it not loading?
At Jiffy Lube, we...
Oh, hell yeah, dude. So I guess this is his music playlist. Yeah, just from like the music choice, you can tell he's old. He's like probably 30-ish. Like, bro, who's listening to Joe Budden under the age of 30? Like I said, guys, probably some 30-something-year-old nobody living at home with mommy, spurging out on the internet constantly. Absolutely nothing going on in his life. Yeah, I didn't even know that Joe Budden made music, so that's how I know that that's old as fuck.
After all, there have been dozens of Souls-likes and action RPGs released every year, and Black Myth Wukong seemed, on paper, like another product that is trying to capitalize on the genre's popularity. Also, the fact that this was coming from a new studio made me skeptical whether the final product will truly deliver on its promise. But after spending hours with the game, Black Myth Wukong made me realize that it not only delivers on its initial commitment, but exceeds it by quite some margin.
Nah, the thing is he talks like he's 12 because he's, like, mentally stunted. He's like one of those fucking retarded man babies that, you know, never moved out of the house, literally acts like a fucking child because mommy enabled the behavior. And, you know, he just sits on the internet spurging the fuck out, looking for any sort of semblance of meaning in his pitiful, sad existence. So that's exactly what we're dealing with here. Some 30-plus-year-old man living at home with mom, no job, no aspirations, you know, basically was babied his entire life and now just lurks in YouTube live stream chats, spurging the fuck out, trying to get any semblance of attention to, like, you know, make his existence feel somewhat real. Because, you know, no matter how much mommy babies him, it's not the attention he needs because, you know, he's just so used to it at this point. You a bitch, Griff. Come on. Want me to tag the inbox messages here. What the fuck is an inbox message, bro? Like, again, he's using, like, fucking boomer tech terms. Like, yeah, bro, I got your AOL email address. Like, yeah, okay, dog. Whatever. Hop on a Skype call, dude. That's what we're gonna hear next. Like, I'm telling you, we're dealing with, like, a 30-something-year-old man who's, like, mentally fucking stunted. I'm getting I don't really feel like I'm getting trolled, bro. I'm just calling how I see it. I know exactly what it is. He's going to ask for your... Well, I do have a Yahoo email for my channel business address because they're, like, completely anonymous, but... Yeah. I do have one of those. Oh my god. He's gonna ask for a Hotmail? Yeah. Maybe my MySpace page too. So we can connect. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you wanna go to the Linkin Park concert? Hell yeah, dude. Or I'm sorry, Joe Budden. Jesus Christ, dude. I'm telling you guys, you meet some very, it doesn't give you much hope for the human race, that's for sure, but you meet some very colorful characters in here. For we are many and you're just dying. Oh, now you're anonymous, bro. Oh, we got a super elite hacker. Dude, just because you got like past the parental blocks that your mom put on your computer because she got sick of you like completely crusting up all your socks that she has to pick up off the floor and wash for you because you're a grown man who can't even do his own fucking laundry. You know, just because you got past the fucking parental block on the porn sites doesn't make you elite hacker, bro. Oh my god. All men have a porn. I don't, bro. I've never downloaded porn. I've never felt. Well, I take that back. I have technically. Because on the PSP back in the day, you had to download it to watch it. You couldn't just stream it from the actual browser. When you'd hit play, it would download the file, and then you had to go to like your media on your memory card and watch it. So that was like the only time I did, but I would delete it immediately after. But yeah, aside from that, which I don't even have my PSP anymore, so that, you know, stash is lost to the ages. But yeah, that's like the only time I've ever downloaded like a porn video. Otherwise, like, bro, just watch it and then find another one next time. I don't even know if there was Aerith porn, but there probably was, but I don't know if in video format. Like back then, I don't know if there would be Aerith porn. Maybe like in drawing format, maybe, but I don't know if there would be like, you know, the Tifa porn we have today. The, you know, the Italian person pulled up during the government meeting or whatever. Griffin, you was sucking dealer gaming for years, bitch. Well, bro, are you jealous that, you know, it wasn't you? Is that the problem? Oh, now I'm an Xbot. That's interesting. He goes from calling me a pony to now I'm an Xbot because he got exposed for being a fucking Sony simp himself. So, you know, Now the little fucking spurg that mommy never disciplined is going to shift the goalpost. Now, if I wanted to sound like Dealer, I'd be, your mama smoked crack while you were inside. Alright, let's see. So middle limit with the 2. Watch Vera Dark, lack of diverse. I don't really think we need to watch. It's like literally one line in a review. I'd rather watch like actual gameplay breakdowns. I don't know. Like, it's just one line in a review. I mean, we already kind of talked about it earlier where they knocked the game for having a lack of diversity. But I don't really know if we need to watch a full video on that, to be honest, man. Claws Mystery with the 20. Total Pixel Wave Death. I don't know, bro. I feel like death would almost be too merciful for him. Because, like, deep down he knows, like, his little shut-in existence is fucking miserable. And he probably just beats himself off every night to fall asleep. Because otherwise he'd feel like crying. And also, Claws Mystery with the 20. Inbox messages. What is he even... I don't fucking know, dude. Who knows? His channel died, so will yours. Oh no, my YouTube channel's gonna die, man. Oh, wow. What will I ever do? Whatever, I don't fucking care. If I was worried about my YouTube channel dying, I'd be uploading every single day. I would be like fucking, you know, making live streams that I could archive on my own channel and not have to worry about getting taken down. Like, I don't give a fuck, bro. This is literally a hobby for me, but, you know, I understand it's your entire existence. But what's sad is you don't even make, like, real content, and you're on YouTube acting like this. Views are up. Well, if I upload it again, they wouldn't be, because if you go this long without uploading, they cuck you in the algorithm, but yeah. The Concord video did well. There just hasn't been anything worth making a video on. That's the thing. It's like everything's been so boring. Like, unless I made a video on, like, the fucking Trump assassination stuff, or, you know, Joe Biden dropping out, like, there's not really anything that's been happening. We're kind of in a lull period right now between, like, big games. And I'm not really going to shit out a video, like, on, you know, I don't know, like, the Forza 5 rumor, for example. I mean, I guess I could have, but just making, yeah, I could make an Aerith collection video. There you go. I saw there with the 5. Yeah, it's late. You can do it tomorrow. Personally, gameplay-wise, it's great. You can look up stuff to make it smoother. All right, yeah, we can do it tomorrow. That works for me, man. Appreciate it regardless, though. Do video game retrospectives? Yeah, I probably could, honestly. Would I ever review movies? I might do. Maybe I'll do one for Gladiator too. We'll see how that goes. Because I'll definitely go see that movie in theaters. I just don't watch movies when they come out, so that's my problem. What's this shit? Yeah, I don't know if I want that. Hold on, let me check something real quick. Start a new channel called Dreamcast Griffin. There you go. Yeah, I thought about doing like maybe some old videos, or not old videos, but like videos on like some old 360 games and stuff. I feel like that could kind of be cool. But I don't know how much interest there would be in that. Bro is dabbing on the haters. His last video did one. Wait, really? Is that what it's? I haven't checked my creator dashboard. Yeah, 163K. How much money did it make? Let's see. Let's see. $631.93. Sweet. That's pretty decent.
For those who are unaware about the game's setting, Black Myth Wukong is based on the novel Journey to the West, and I found the story in Black Myth Wukong to be uncomplicated and will likely be plain sailing for most players out there. Complex storytelling through environments, item descriptions, and NPC behaviors have been hallmarks of the Souls-like series, but Black Myth Wukong forgoes all of that, instead relies on telling its story in a more conventionally structured fashion. This isn't...
You mean it actually tells its story instead of piecemealing a bunch of bullshit that doesn't even amount to a, like, actual... you know, substantive or, you know, complete storyline? Crazy.
Elden Ring, where you have to piece together individual threads of lore across the world, but more akin to the storytelling methodologies from classic action games. This isn't a shot against Elden Ring, but I very much prefer my games to be straightforward in terms of their storytelling, and Black Myth Wukong delivers on that front. I'm not at liberty to talk about the...
I want an actual story in my video game. I don't want to have to fucking interpret a bunch of lore clues. Like, is that too much to ask?
Minor points about the lore here, but what I can say is that the protagonist's journey is appropriately adrenaline-fueled and bombastic. Intricately crafted cutscenes, a surprisingly excellent localization, and some serious dialogue delivery garnished with some comedy here and there made it easy for me to get invested into the story. Black Myth Wukong's martial arts-based combat takes inspiration from a number of contemporaries, but more noticeably from Bloodborne by putting its emphasis on quick dodges and swift attacks. From Software's 2015 game focused on player reaction times heavily, and a lot of that can be seen in Black Myth Wukong. The difficulty will rise as you progress further into the story, with each enemy type requiring different tactics to defeat them. The core pattern remains the same: attack, dodge, manage stamina, and then attack. Just like Sekiro, which has only one major weapon, Black Myth Wukong players will also only have access to their trusted staff, which can be upgraded as they progress throughout the game. All of this may feel ordinary, but the game manages to make combat more intriguing thanks to its vast set of skills, transformations, and spells. As you defeat more enemies, the protagonist will earn experience, which will in turn unlock skill points. These skill points can be used to unlock new staff stances, namely Smash, Pillar, and Thrust. As the name implies, the Smash stance abilities are more focused on taking enemies head-on, while Pillar will allow players to stand on their staff and deliver long-ranged attacks. Meanwhile, the Thrust stance is largely focused on heavy charge attacks. Each of the stances find their use case depending on the type of enemy one is facing and the style that you want to opt for. I invested my points mostly in the Smash stance abilities as I found them pretty simple to pull off, but I'm sure that the more ambitious players out there would like to invest in other stances.
I just like how fast the health bar drains. It looks like you're actually doing fucking damage, which is nice.
There's some really cool moves that they give access to. Points can also be used.
Make a geek and gamers style channel. What's up, geeks and gamers? Griffin here, and today, I can't believe it, guys. They have completely ruined the new Spider-Man comic. Oh my god, let's get into it. Now, Disney has been going downhill ever since they bought Marvel, and with the new leadership, yeah, no, I ain't doing all that crap.
Utilized to improve your overall stamina, martial arts, and survival parameters.
What's up, geeks and gamers? Griffin here, and today we're going to be checking out the new trailer for what's something that's coming up? Space Marine 2, and we're going to count the number of black people in the trailer. Let's get started.
As each location brings along with it its own set of challenges, the game allows you to reset all of the points and set them according to enemy weaknesses. This flexibility is appreciated as I found myself continuously invested in the skill tree, working overtime to get the right balance. The game also features a number of magical spells that can be used, like freezing an enemy, summoning a number of doppelgangers, or even transforming yourself into an enemy's form with special abilities. Most of these spells are time-based, but depending on how many points you've invested in them, you can play around with their longevity or their impact. Overall, the skill system is a lot of fun, and tinkerers will have a field day with it, provided that they manage to progress deep enough through the game systems. Black Myth Wukong's progression mechanics follow the usual action RPG formula. As noted earlier, you earn levels, unlock skill points, and use that to make your character stronger. But besides earning points, players will also procure will, the in-game currency, which can then be used to buy a whole lot of items like medicines and buffs. There is also a crafting system in place that allows players to build new armor parts. However, you don't need to search for them, as these parts unlock automatically as you progress throughout the game. Overall, I found the progression system to be...
This is why Griffin's hated by everyone. It's fun. I'm not here to make friends. That's the #1 rule that I've always had since I started YouTube, is I'm not here to make friends with other content creators. So, yeah, I don't get along with most people.
Simplistic, and it doesn't really have the depth of, say, a From Software game. This may not necessarily be a bad thing. It certainly wasn't for me, personally speaking. But for players who want finer control over their weapons and their armor, they may be a bit disappointed. When I first began the game, Black Myth Wukong got me confused with its world design. The game starts off with largely linear level design and then opens up into a bigger playground before becoming linear again. The open spaces are quite large and are a perfect playground to fight off against
That's actually great. So you get linear to like learn the game, then you get a somewhat open experience towards the middle, and then as the game is wrapping up, it goes back to linear. So you're not wasting as much time. That's like great game design.
Optional boss encounters and for farming items. What's shocking, however, is that the game doesn't feature any kind of navigation or map tools. Now, I'm all for unassisted exploration, but a complete lack of any navigation tools is a bit of a bummer, especially for those locations that have optional areas to visit. It's by far among the only noticeable issues I have with the game, and it's by no means a minor one. Regardless of this fault, the areas themselves have been intricately designed with stunning variety in the form of lush green forests, vast stretches of deserts, and snow-filled landscapes, and more. Black Myth Wukong absolutely excels in its world variety, and even though the experience varies between being linear and open, it is a treat to explore every nook and cranny. However, the real stars of the show are the boss fights. Black Myth Wukong features a ton of bosses, and yes, you'll be fighting them quite often, both easy and difficult. As noted earlier, the game urges the player to tinker with its skill system, and the boss fights are where this will happen a lot. In one specific sequence, I had to play around with the system for a couple of hours just to get the balancing right. Some boss fights could be downright frustrating, but if the player is smart enough to understand their moves and their patterns, it won't be too long until they're downed. Fortunately, most of them are not a difficult endeavor, which makes Black Myth Wukong a much more accessible experience compared to other RPGs and Souls-likes. Visually, Black Myth Wukong looks absolutely stunning, thanks to the Unreal Engine 5. Be it the character models or the intricately designed bosses, this game oozes confidence in the visuals department. I played the game on a PC, and although I wasn't able to achieve a solid 60 frames per second, performance for the most part was okay, with the game hovering around 30 to 45 FPS. Backing up the visuals is the excellent soundtrack, prominent mostly during boss fights, reminding the player of the stakes that are involved.
I like that it looks like your health bar doesn't just get like absolutely fucking drained immediately. Like it looks like you can actually take hits, which is nice. Unlike Shadow of the Erd Tree, where you die in like 2 hits.
To put it simply, Black Myth Wukong is a fantastic game. It features engaging combat, rewarding skill system, and excellent production values. Yes, it falters in a few departments, but that never deterred me from playing this game non-stop whenever possible. Black Myth Wukong is by far one of the best action games you can experience in 2024.
A 10.
And that'll be about it for this one. If you guys like what we're doing at Gaming Vault, please...
A fucking 10, bro? I don't know about that. A 10 out of 10? Jeez.
Black Myth Wukong surprised me. Going in, I knew not to expect a Souls-like, despite it seemingly sharing many of the genre's hallmarks. The game's Chinese developer, Game Science, has been adamant that it's not a Souls-like, preferring to define it more generically as an action RPG. This is at least partially accurate, as Black Myth Wukong is definitely not a Souls-like. What I wasn't expecting was for it to be essentially a lengthy boss rush. It's not uncommon to go from one boss fight into another and then another, and it's in these elaborate battles where Black Myth Wukong shines. The moments in between, however, aren't quite as strong, sometimes devolving into aimless tedium, but its satisfying combat and unique variety of boss fights mostly manages to overcome these flaws.
It will be on Xbox at an undetermined future date if it ever releases, but it's delayed indefinitely on Xbox with no actual release date or window announced.
Black Myth Wukong's story is based on the classic Chinese novel Journey to the West. Originally published in the 16th century during the Ming Dynasty, the epic saga has proven to be incredibly long-lasting and influential since its release, inspiring everything from...
They can't get it running on the Series S is kind of what's been said, and Microsoft is forcing them to release it on both, so that's why the development is kind of just in limbo right now.
Ninja Theory's Enslaved Odyssey to the West to Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball manga. Black Myth Wukong's take on the enduring tale is set sometime after the original story, while still retaining many of its characters. Names like Zhu Bajie and Kang Jinlong and the Demon Bull King will be instantly recognizable to anyone familiar with Journey to the West, even if certain characters' allegiances sometimes differ from the source material. You play as a mute monkey known as the Destined One, who shares more than a few similarities with the titular son Wukong, a legendary simian commonly known as the Monkey King. Sun Wukong is a prominent character in Journey to the West, so your unexpected presence is one of the game's central mysteries. Are you the Monkey King reincarnated, or perhaps one of his clones breaking off on your own quest? The answer isn't the most surprising, but it makes for a thrilling conclusion to the adventure. The rest of the game's story didn't quite resonate with me. However, it's clear that Game Science had the freedom to deviate from the source material, but I still felt lost when trying to follow every facet of Black Myth Wukong's narrative. It helps that each of the game's 6 chapters revolves around a relatively self-contained tale, dealing with universal human emotions such as love, hate, and greed, yet it still feels like a story best experienced by those with intimate knowledge of the source material. References and concepts from Journey to the West and other Chinese mythology frequently flew over my head, so I found it difficult.
Yeah, I'm just gonna skip the cutscenes to be honest, because I don't really care about the Chinese mythology. I know nothing about the book, and I don't really care about these furry characters.
To invest in both the broader picture and more of its intimate yarns. It's a shame because finally seeing a Chinese take on a Chinese story as classic as this one is inherently fascinating. A lot of people have only experienced the story through the lens of another country's adaptation, and it's clearly been treated with a lot of care and attention to detail. There are moments I love, like every encounter you have with a headless monk who serenades you with a sanxian.
Hell yeah.
And the character designs are universally fantastic. But the story is hard to latch onto if you're unfamiliar with Journey to the West or Chinese folklore and mythology in general. Fortunately, one of Black Myth Wukong's greatest strengths is how it weaves Sun Wukong's wondrous abilities into the framework of its fast-paced combat. The Monkey King is known for wielding Ru Yi Jinggu Bang, a magical staff that can shrink and extend at will. He can also create clones of himself from a single strand of hair, freeze enemies in place with a point from his finger, and shapeshift into a vast array of different forms. All of these abilities are represented in the game, expertly showcasing the Monkey King's prodigious combat capabilities. By executing combos with the staff, you'll see it elongate to bludgeon enemies with extra ferocity before reverting back to its original size. You can also make use of various spells that consume mana and operate on cooldowns. These include the ability to generate clones of yourself to give enemies more than a single target to focus on, and the use of a magic spell called Immobilize that lets you freeze your foes in place for a few seconds, giving you time to wail on them while they're haplessly trapped, or using the opportunity to take a step back and heal. Shapeshifting is a significant part of your arsenal too, as you're able to transform into specific previously defeated enemies and utilize their different movesets and weapons.
I wonder how long you actually get to take advantage of that though. It'd be kind of cool if you could do the entire boss fight as the enemy. Because it would give a lot of replayability, I feel like.
One of these transformations is called Red Tides, which you acquire early on after defeating the giant wolf Guangzhi. By shapeshifting into this ferocious canine, you're able to wield his flaming glaive to inflict burn damage on your opponents as you twirl around and pull off a variety of combos. What's more, each transformation has its own health bar, essentially providing you with an extra life. Once this health bar is extinguished or you've used up all your might by performing various attacks, you transform back into your usual self. While shapeshifting and using quick use spells to freeze enemies and overwhelm them with clones is rewarding, the core of Black Myth Wukong's combat lies in its unusual combo system. Light attacks are essentially a means to build focus points, which are spent to unleash different heavy attacks. With enough upgrades, you can eventually bank up to 3 of these points at a time, and the game's entire combat economy is built on farming focus and cashing it in as soon as possible to deal significant damage. Light attacks do feel fairly weightless as a result, which is further emphasized by the small amount of damage they chip off each boss's health bar. The game's sense of impact comes from executing a full combo, especially if you're able to transition from a light combo into a heavy finisher. In these moments, your staff begins to glow red hot as it hurtles through the air and collides with an almighty thump. These attacks deal a ton of damage and regularly stagger enemies in satisfying fashion. Finding openings and using Immobilize to give you the time to pull off these combos is the basis of Black Myth Wukong's combat. Once you're able to keep a combo going while mixing in dodges and utilizing your bag of tricks, each boss fight becomes a frenetic and exhilarating dance to the death. As an elaborate boss rush, Black Myth Wukong lives and dies on the quality of its boss battles, and for the most part they're excellent. Each of the game's 6 chapters offers a rogues gallery of thrilling foes to fight. Known as Yao Guai, these mythological beasts range from a giant black bear to a traditional Chinese dragon, a blood-spattered tiger, and many, many more in between. Blocking is not part of your extensive repertoire, and the only form of parrying is limited to a magic spell on a cooldown time.
Griffin can't hold combos. It's yeah, I can't. I suck at combos and all that type of stuff. I don't have the timing or the patience to learn it at all.
So you need to excel at dodging to make it through each fight alive. This might sound intimidating if you don't usually play through action RPGs, but outside of a couple of boss fights in later chapters, the game's difficulty isn't particularly challenging. This is coming from a Souls-like veteran, so my gauge on what's hard might be slightly skewed, but I defeated a number of the game's bosses on my very first attempt. I still wouldn't say Black Myth Wukong is approachable, however, as its toughest bosses still pose a considerable threat, and there aren't any difficulty options. The ramp up to its most challenging moments is just a little more forgiving. Whether you're fighting on a frozen lake surrounded by snow...
Yep, I can't keep, pace with my strokes or anything, bro. That's why no woman will have me.
Snow-capped mountains or sloshing through a shallow pool of blood, these battles against Yao Guai are frequent triumphs. There's a sense of balletic elegance to its best boss fights, mixing martial arts influences with supernatural flair to create these tense and awe-inspiring encounters. You're often challenged to learn attack patterns to nail the timing on dodges and figure out where openings occur so you can get a combo in, but there are also opportunities to be strategic with your abilities too. Immobilize is ineffective against certain bosses, so you might go for a different spell, or vary your transformations to attack an enemy's elemental weakness. Even if I sometimes found bosses relatively easy, that didn't take away from their thrills, while the toughest among them were often met with a pounding heart and palpable elation when I finally managed to emerge victorious. The game's ability to produce this sensation is where Black Myth Wukong feels most like a Souls-like. There are more obvious similarities, such as a checkpoint system that respawns enemies when you rest, and a flask for healing that has a finite number of charges and can be refilled at said checkpoints. Yet aside from this, Game Science wasn't lying when it said it wasn't making a Souls-like. This is none more obvious than in the game's level design. For the most part, your path through each chapter is linear, albeit with a couple of forks in the road leading to optional bosses and crafting materials used for brewing potions and forging armor. Occasionally, it opens up with more expansive areas, featuring numerous branching paths, but progression is still usually confined to a singular route, so linearity is present even when it doesn't initially appear to be. This isn't inherently bad, but the level design is straightforward and unimaginative, issues that are further compounded by an abundance of jarring invisible walls and a jump that's functionally useless for most of the game. Throw in only a smattering of enemies that don't pose much of a threat, and the sections between boss fights feel disappointingly sparse and languid. I also need to mention a moment near the end of the game that's...
I honestly don't mind that, because it is kind of irritating when you're in a Souls game and you have like a poison swamp environment or some shit like that, so... In cases like that, I would almost rather there not be like those really lengthy sections of basically just filler content from one boss to the next. So I don't really view that as a negative thing personally. I guess for like farming's sake, it might be kind of annoying, but I don't know.
Stumped me for several hours because the solution is incredibly specific but not at all obvious, especially when there's nothing else like it in the game. This sapped the momentum from the final chapter and had me questioning whether I had encountered a game-breaking bug or was just being ignorant. Each environment you explore does at least look fantastic. When you're running through a bamboo forest grove punctuated by falling leaves and dense vegetation, or planting your feet on the sun-kissed rocks of a craggy canyon, Black Myth Wukong is frequently beautiful. It ran exceptionally well for me on PC too, compiling shaders at the outset to prevent the dreaded Unreal Engine 5 stutter. Black Myth Wukong is an uneven game, where the highlights often outnumber the lowlights. Its triumphant boss battles and fast-paced combat make up for the stale moments in between, where bland level design and a scarcity of enemies will have you clamoring for the next face-off with a deadly Yao Guai. I appreciate that it's not just another Souls-like, in what is now a crowded genre, and the choice to go for a boss gauntlet is unexpected and honestly quite refreshing. It's disappointing that it falters outside of its cinematic clashes against mighty beasts, but designing this many rousing boss battles while avoiding a sense of fatigue is no mean feat and deserves praise.
8 out of 10. RTU has McD's combos in bed. Bro, that's like peak fat guys just laying in bed eating McDonald's. I can picture it though. Oh my god. He's got his fucking bird next to him on the pillow on the other side of the bed. Just has the fucking McDonald's bag sitting there in between his legs, and he's just grabbing burgers while laying in bed watching TV or whatever. And then when he's done, he just like wipes the sheets from all the like fucking, you know, whatever drippings and crumbs and all that shit. Thanks for the visual. Oh, no problem, man. No, I'm not a bed eater. I've never been that way. I don't like to eat in my bed. It's kind of gross. So I do not partake in that. Sorry to disappoint. A bed wetter? Nah, that's the other person. Ha ha ha. But nah. I don't really have that problem that much growing up. At least that I remember, so. I don't remember that really ever happening very often. Nah, the worst thing is when you're at like a beach house or something and you have sandy feet and then you get in your bed and then like you can feel the grains of sand as you're like laying down. That's really gross. I hate that feeling. What do I eat while on the toilet? Beef jerky. Griffin likes squirters. Nah, it's more so they just like to squirt. Sand is coarse, it's rough, it's irritating, and it gets everywhere. Yeah. You forgot the one part, but it's okay. Everybody does. Nobody can ever quote that correctly, which I think is funny. I guess we can watch this. We'll see what this is real quick.
Right? Here's Mudahar's response. Okay? Absolutely, positively, 100% mind blown. This response. Fuck you, motherfucker, you piece of... No, never in 5 zillion years would I have expected that. That is the biggest, out of nowhere, shocking thing to happen in a long time. Let's put it that way. 14. A little over a week and a half ago, I appeared on the Kino Casino show. It went really well. Everyone loved the appearance. The Kino Casino viewers have started to come over and watch my content and engage with it and support it, and I'm very grateful for that. Thank you, guys. Wow. Thank you. 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 If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera, I would do it. Okay? I seriously would do it.
Oh my god.
So, all that being said...
Yeah. Get down on your hands and knees and say thank you. But don't use your words, Phil.
People are like, what's next? And I've been telling you guys, I'm working with Kino Casino. We're talking about stuff behind the scenes. So I have an update on that. But It's an update like you'd never expect. All right, seriously, you never expect this update. I didn't expect this update. My mind is blown. So prepare your butts. Tighten your belts. Sit down in a chair and buckle up. If you're not in a chair that has a buckle, like a seatbelt, go to your car right now, sit in it, and buckle yourself in. Because if you don't, when I tell you this story, you're going to jump out of your pants and you're going to be running down the streets completely naked from the waist down. And that's not a good look. You'll probably go to jail.
That's not funny, asshole.
And their idea is they want to do a gameplay co-op. I mean, that would be very different from what we've already done, correct? We already had a show appearance, a co-op commentary. So they want to do gameplay. And so we started talking about it. Initially, the idea was fighting games. And I'm like, I'll be honest with you guys, I think the fighting game thing wouldn't even work for longer than 10 minutes. Because it doesn't matter what game we play. If we play Tekken, if we play Street Fighter, I'm honestly going to beat you guys up. Oh. They were thinking about it. And they got back to me a few days ago. And they said, well, what about a co-op playthrough of that new game? It's only been out for like a month or two, chained together. And I looked into it. And it's a silly game. It's on PC, by the way. So we could do it on PC. And it's online co-op where I guess 4 people play. And you're all hooked together by a chain. And it's like platforming, survival. It's definitely one of these memer games where it's like a bunch.
That would actually be entertaining to watch. I would actually watch that.
Of content creators who play it together and get each other killed and yell at each other and laugh. You know what I mean? It's silly fun. It's not anything super serious or anything, but it seems like something that could actually like work. Sadly, what I can't tell you is this, and this is God's honest truth.
Dude, I could just see him actually getting fucking pissed playing that shit.
That YouTube gaming videos on YouTube have degraded significantly.
I should play it. I don't have anyone to be chained together with, so can't do it, man. Admit it, my hairline's worse than DSP's. Is DSP's even that bad?
Over the years, because of people who make watered-down garbage videos for children instead of actual serious shit. And that's really what YouTube has become. Crap quality videos for children.
I'll let you know in a second.
Or drama videos, which the kids watch. Make no mistake, that's what the kids love. They love drama. They suggested this to me. And I said,
nah, my hairline's not anywhere near that bad. I don't really have balding in my family, so I doubt I will. And even if I do, I don't really care. It doesn't really bother me. It's not a point of insecurity. I settled with the 2. Remember Baldur's Gate 3 delay, different reasons, but still. Well, I mean, it's the Series S again, so that seems to be the common denominator. For whatever reason it might be, the Series S seems to be the roadblock on games coming out on Xbox in time.
Said, I'm not against that.
What do I care about?
Give me monies! Give me monies!
Basically that, I guess.
You know, I don't know anything about it, but we even talked about it. I said, how would we do it? And he was like, well, we could all stream our own perspectives. Like, you could stream on your own channel as we do it live. So they said they had a bunch of ideas for people who we could do this co-op with. One is Mutahar. I guess he goes by Some Ordinary Gamers on the internet. He's a very popular YouTuber. He also said Josh Moon. I think Josh Moon is the owner of Kiwi Farms. Now, I have no idea how that would work. All right, I'm being honest here. The owner of Kiwi Farms, the website that has been responsible for some of the most heinous things being posted about myself, my family members, my business. There's been full doxes. There's been all this shit going on. You know what I mean? Like, I understand what they're going for here. All right. They want to do something that's so outside the box that no one would expect it, and you know it would never have happened if all this other stuff hadn't been happening, correct? So we went back and forth a little bit. And so, you know, in regards to Mutahar, and that's how you pronounce his name, correct? Is it Mutahar? Because I want to make sure I'm saying his name right. So, essentially, I said to them, okay, like, here's the thing. I'm not against doing a co-op gameplay with him, but that would be confusing as hell to me, okay? Because Mutahar, from my understanding, and allow me to explain, from my understanding in the past, Mutahar has been absolutely nothing but nasty about me. He said, I hate this guy. I hate the way that he asks his viewers for contributions. And
well, that's perfect for you to make content with, Phil. That's the perfect fucking thing you need in order to spice up your fucking streams. Somebody who openly does not like you, so that y'all can not only talk about the fucking game that you're playing, but also, you know, squashing the beef in real time, or at least, you know, fighting it out.
I'm completely against it, and I really hate his guts because of this, right? Like, I've heard him say stuff like that, where other people have said that's the kind of things he says about me in his content, correct?
Stream is this. This is a DSP stream, all right? You guys ready? You guys want to experience a DSP stream? You guys want to hear it right now? It's a fucking DSP stream right now. Let's fucking... Let me give you the start to this real quick, all right? All right, so you're just sitting over there, all right?
Oh my God.
Hey guys. Hey guys, what's up everybody? You guys ready for some video games? I got some video games for you. So you guys got a choice. Let's play Call of Duty Blackout, but I'm going to sit in the bathroom for 40 minutes per match. Do you guys want to play Minecraft, where I don't even know how to craft a stick? Or do you guys want to watch a fighting game where I complain about lag? You got three choices. What's that in the chat? What's that? You want me to play a fucking video game? Like what you want, motherfucker? This is my fucking stream!
And it was only a year ago, all right? I'd come off the Side Scrollers interview, which went incredibly poorly. We all know that, right? And Mudahar apparently offered me $5,000, okay, for an interview. Why did he offer me $5,000? Because I guess Review Tech wanted to offer me like $2,000 for an interview. My answers aren't going to change about any of the shit that they tried to ask, the intrusive stuff about my life or my business or my finances. The answers are going to be the same. So, if that's all you're interested in, all right, then I'm not interested. I said, however, if you want to do an interview, and by the way, I'm not going to accept any money from you for this interview. I'll do it for free. I think I even said if he wants to donate the money to charity, he could do that. I can't remember how I phrased. I think I might even said that. Like, if you want to pay someone, go donate the $5K to charity. Don't give it to me. I don't deserve to be paid for an interview. That's ridiculous. Okay? I said, but I'll do it for free. However, I just don't want to do an interview with you that's all about drama. There's no point. I have nothing new to say about all the drama shit. I've said my piece on it. But if you have anything you want to talk about, like topics about gaming, about YouTube, about things that I can add insight into, because I've been in the game for 16 years and I'm a lifelong gamer, then I'm all game. All right? So that's how I left it. And literally, he just didn't respond. Okay? He didn't respond at all. So I'm thinking the guy has ghosted me, and basically all he cared about then. Okay?
I snort when my mic is mute? I don't think so. Dude, the only time I mute my mic is when I bust ass. That's about it. Otherwise, there's not really a reason to.
I basically just felt like all he cared about was drama, right? These guys from Kino Casino seem to want to arrange this co-op gameplay with Mudahar. So I went back to him and I said, here's the weird thing. If he is okay with this, that's confusing to me. Because a year ago, it seemed like he hated my guts, right? And so I said, you know what? I'm going to go DM Mudahar and see what's going on. It's weird that he would want to do a co-op gameplay with me. So I said, I'll DM Mudahar again and I'll find out what's really going on. Let me have a conversation with him. So I went to DM him and it says, you can't DM this guy anymore. I was like, he blocked me? Holy shit. So not only did he ghost me for a year, he apparently blocked me at some point too, so I couldn't even like follow up with the conversation. So I went back to Kino Casino and told them that, and they're like, oh, well, we didn't know any of this personal drama was going on. All right. You know, we'll have to take a look at it and figure it out or whatever. All right. So then I was talking to these guys again last night. let me take another look. And I went, I don't know what spurred it, but I went over, and guess what? And this is guys where I have to completely 100% admit fault, and I have to publicly apologize. I've already personally apologized, but I want to publicly apologize for something. I had blocked Mudahar. This guy is fucking dumb as dirt on Twitter. He didn't block me. I had blocked him, and I don't even remember doing it. And this guy's a pathological liar. Like, I 100% don't remember doing it at all, okay? It was on me. I did it. I'm the moron. So this whole year, I've been saying, oh, he ghosted me. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he actually would have, like, followed up and contacted me again, but I blocked him on Twitter, so he couldn't. So I'm the moron here. I'm the fucking jackass. Give me two fucking big donkey ears on my head. Hee-haw, hee-haw. Why would... It pisses me off because now I feel so stupid because, you know, this might have been a situation that I've exacerbated, saying things like, oh, he ghosted me for a year. He probably didn't. It's probably my fault. I did nothing correct. I did everything wrong, okay? So I want to, for saying that for a literal year, I sent him this DM, okay? Hey, so I'd like to apologize. I know nothing about you, much like Medicare. And all I know is that you apparently really dislike me and have told your audience this over the years. PPP, which is what Ashton of the Kino Casino guys go by, told me that you're down for a co-op of Chain Together. And I was like, why would he be down when he's ghosted me for a year after he offered me an interview? And now I just checked and I realized that I had blocked you some random night for some petty ass reason. And that's on me, and I'm sorry. I honestly don't remember doing it. I'd be down to talk and maybe do a co-op if you are. I have no idea why you dislike me, but if I refuse to talk to people who've insulted me, I'd just be talking exclusively to my wall here, you know, and I laugh. You responded, all right? Here's Mudahar's response. This is mind-blowing, okay? Absolutely, positively, 100% mind-blowing, this response. Are you ready for this? Because no, I never expected this response either, okay? Fuck you, motherfucker, you piece of shit. No, that's not what he said. I'm kidding. I made that up. You aren't funny. You don't make content. You're ugly. You suck. Honestly, man, I don't have any dislike. I think a lot of this might have stemmed from your habit, from a habit of watching you on YouTube. And I see a lot of clips of you financially incentivizing your audience. Yeah, there's a ton of clips of that out there. As of Friday and onward, I'm going to still be here Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
That's like probably one of the nicest ways to put it. Financially incentivizing your audience. I don't know if that's the word I would use to describe the behavior.
I don't know what I'm doing yet, because the bottom line is I told you guys I have no money. I literally have $0 to my name right now. Zero. So I can't afford any games. I was going to play Untitled Goose Game, Except that last night I got the notification that I have no money, and I was like, that really sucks. You know, every day the money I get from tips I'm transferring to my bank account. So essentially I'm overdrawn. For them to tell me that I have that, you know, the notice that you're, you know, no balance or whatever. So I don't have money for it right now. I want to play it. It's only $15 supposedly, but the money that was given to me yesterday for it, I already had to put towards paying bills. You know, that's more important. It's a massive peeve of mine and something that I found to be, in my opinion, a bit manipulative. But honestly, you're not a bad guy. I really do think a lot of your detractors are insanely unhinged with how much digging that they do on you. Or
that is definitely true.
Actually going out of their way to dig into serious personal aspects of your life. If asking for donos is your worst crime, then I'm the one that has to apologize. I'm not done yet, but wait a minute. Stop the presses. Hold your horses. Everyone stop in your tracks. Someone who is a big content creator, someone who is well respected, right? Someone who has an audience, who when he speaks, his audience listens, and therefore they act based on his opinion, right? And someone who basically has crapped on me all these years, supposedly for my grift, as they say, right? Has basically just said that now I guess what it probably is he's seeing me. Oh, by the way, I didn't finish because this is why. You know, seeing me on Kino Casino, seeing my react to the rich thing, knowing the Kino Casino guys, right? He's basically now saying, I apologize for my behavior if the worst thing you've ever done is kind of annoyingly ask your viewers for contributions. Holy shit. No, never in 5.
It's not the worst thing that he's done, but it's definitely the most repetitive and obnoxious thing that he does constantly.
Zillion years would I have expected that. That is the biggest out of nowhere shocking thing to happen in a long time. Let's put it that way. Again, I'm not used to this at all. This is shocking that I would be treated with respect, that people would actually look into the situation rather than just follow negative memes about me, and now that they see the truth of the situation, they're being nice. Seeing you on Casino has been...
The biggest problem with DSP is the pathological lies. Like, if he would just come out and, like, admit where all the fucking money went over the years and why he's in the situation that he is, then I think people would actually might, like, have some empathy for him. Not everyone, but some people. Like, if DSP could come out and admit, like, yeah, I have, like, an actual addiction, I was a gambling addict, I spent all my money stupidly, you know, that's the reason why I'm in the hole that I am, and, you know, would just be honest about his actual financial situation, I think it would go a long way. But, you know, he refuses to do that type of shit because he's in too deep at this point with the lies. I think that's the biggest thing, is just the lies about his finances and everything like that, and constantly, like, pleading poverty while at the same time refusing to ever go into any sort of detail surrounding why he's in the position that he is, when he was making like 40 grand a month at one point. So that's the thing. And that's the only way Phil will ever get redemption, is if he comes out and just admits all the shit that's going on with, like, his either gambling or mobile game addiction, or where all of his money went over the years, instead of actually, you know, paying off his 2 properties, going into savings, or whatever it might be. Because for all intents and purposes, Phil was making stupid money back in the day for like a 2-year period, which he could have easily used that money to pay off a house. So I don't know.
Very redeeming. I'd be down for some chain together, or just having a chat, or something even further down the road if you want. And then he basically said, have a good night. And I said, wow, good night, and thank you so much. So what the hell is going on? What the fuck? Why wouldn't I want to do stuff like that, right? So I'm curious how this would go, how well received this would be. What's funny is I'm going to be transparent here. Right now in chat, I got people saying, Muda is a snake in the grass. Don't trust him. Look what he did to Boogie on Lolcow. But look what he did to Boogie on Lolcow Live. You mean Boogie, who signed up for a disgusting, toxic show of self-degradation to make money, which he shouldn't have been on there. He should have been smarter than that. I told him not to do it. He didn't listen. You know, Muda hates Boogie because of things like faking cancer. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of stuff that bothers him. Exactly. So you never know, because I got people in chat who are saying negative things about Mudahar right now. And it's like, are these people well-intentioned or not? Or are these people who are trolls who are upset that someone else now seems to be okay with doing stuff with me? I don't know, because I really don't know much about Muda. So I can't answer that. You know what I'm saying? I've literally not had a real conversation with him, just a few back and forth DMs and stuff. You know, I don't know anything about the guy. I don't know what we're doing this week. We have to talk about it and hash it out. But, you know, I'm open to doing something one of these nights, whether it be, you know, Tuesday night, Wednesday night. I'll let you guys know when we have more information. I'm sure on their end, they'll talk about this as well. But I do want to sincerely say to Mudahar, thank you. That was incredibly gracious of you to say nice things like that out of the blue. It wasn't expected. And it's my fault. I'm the one who blocked him, yet here I am talking shit for a year saying that he ghosted me, when very well, maybe that wasn't the case. Maybe he would have reached out to me at some point, but I blocked him, so he had no opportunity to do that. So his impression is, I just don't want to...
Dude, the fact that Phil's even coming out and admitting fault to any capacity is actually a pretty positive step in the right direction. Because, like, a year ago, he would have never done this shit.
Talk to him, right? And instead, I'm talking shit for a year like a moron, and then I look, oh, you gotta be kidding me. I'm the asshole here, not him, right? Slurp it up like fucking noodles, like hype. Oh, ooh, gotta eat it, eat the hype. Oh,
yeah, the trolls are pissed that he's getting actual, like, positive attention and money too. The Kino Casino crowd definitely gave him a pretty big injection of cash for sure, and he actually picked up some legitimate fans too, which is irritating them. I don't know, man. Like, that's the thing is, love or hate DSP, I don't really understand why you'd be upset that he's being successful. Like, that to me is petty as shit. Like, call him out for all the stupid shit he does and says, you know, the lies or whatever. Laugh at him if you want, but I don't know. Like, the genuine hatred and life ruination type shit, I don't fucking understand, personally. I don't get it. But I'm not a jealous person, nor am I a super vindictive person, believe it or not. I don't believe in trying to ruin people's lives unless they really fucking, like, I'm talking, like, real shit, not like, oh my god, he said something I don't like on the internet, or, oh my god, he asked for donations, like, that type of shit. Like, you really got to do something to piss me off for me to ever want to take it to that level. Alright, guys, I think I'm gonna hop. I'm, like, literally about to fall asleep right now. I'm tired as fuck. I only slept for, like, an hour and a half last night, so I'm probably gonna go ahead and hop off. Have a wonderful weekend, everyone. Appreciate everybody coming out. I guess we'll do God of Snore Ragnarok tomorrow. You know, big ups to iSiler if he's still here. But yeah, have a great Saturday, everybody. Appreciate everyone coming out. And I will talk to everyone later. Peace out, guys.